credits thing I was talking about is something that I heard on the network here, um, or on YouTube anyway. I'm sorry, not on the network here, but about that being a project, and that's what that might be.
Well, that would be great if they were in the single-sided staking pool. That would be awesome. I don't
I
know,
think it
but
is.
yeah.
I'm gonna try to find out. I told you the guy's name was Kyle something. I don't have it off the top of my head right now, but I heard it on his channel, and Kyle Chase, and and the reason why I brought it up is because while I was going through a lot of the cancer stuff, I spent some time doing a lot of reading. Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then I jumped onto that one book that Marikatusha wrote, and I think he's like probably one of the biggest hedge fund managers in Canada for all of the mining sector in rare earth, stuff. And he's a pretty bright guy. That's all I can say. He's got some good stuff to say, and he kind of broke it down in that book. If anybody ever was interested in reading it, um, it enlightened me a lot on where we're heading in the next 10 years.
Would you mind DMing me the name of that book?
Yeah, no problem. It's Benjamin, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a good book. I mean, and he's well versed in the stock market when it comes to rare earths and precious. He funds a lot of mining stuff like Eric Sprott. So
Now, I want to just make sure that when we go to mainnet, right,
yeah,
that you come in here and you're on here like that week, that first month a lot again. And everything that I talked about now,
yeah,
like these things, all things are kind of subject to change. I don't think like how I'm going to be, what I'm doing with my rewards is going to change that much. But as we take in new information, the plan always changes. Okay. So just keep that in mind because the more that you come in here, it's going to be better for you and better for like your gains overall. The more that you understand all this, because everything there's so many different dynamics to all this.
yeah. I definitely plan on visiting the space a lot more now. I'm doing better, and so I plan on sticking around for a while.
Okay, good. I'm going to check up on you.
Sounds good. And I'll DM you that book, and if you're interested, I'll send you the portfolio page on the I pay to be on their page. It's one of those ones that you got to pay a bit of money to be on, so but you get a lot of good information. And I'll send you last month's report.
I appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Benjamin, for your advice tonight and your willingness to explain.
Nope. I appreciate you. That's what this channel's here for, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So I'm not going anywhere. So if anybody else wants to keep on getting on with some other stuff, go for it. I like listening.
Just to say, I'm happy I caught the knife on the rebound. It almost killed the cat.
Nice catch.
Thanks. It's going back up, man.
I hope you got two hands. That's all I'm gonna say. I think for a lot of us, though, still accumulating hex. I am myself. I was happy with 10 cents, and now I'm even happier now, of course. And we got a little more time to accumulate, so people want to punt it off. I'm back to receive.
Where are we at right now on Hex?
Mean price?
Yeah.
6.3 cents.
Thoughts on that? That possibly a lower dip. It wouldn't matter really. Should BTCA win the whole way, right?
Yeah. Could go lower, could go higher. You know, capitulation.
Yeah.
I mean that, it's gonna pretty much go sideways, I'd say. But
Right. I heard as low as 3, but I mean, I don't plan on waiting to chase it. I think, just kind of work your way through it over the next month.
Yep.
Yeah, I know it's been hard. I've been, we're eating it across the board just about everywhere you're at. So it doesn't matter if it's your stocks or your metals or your, crypto. So depends on which one you believe in more, I guess, at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's a tough time to accumulate any crypto, like you say. And, for us, for those of us that didn't sacrifice for Pulse or PulseX, our best bet is to accumulate Hex right now. And, it's really not the time to catch the falling knife, but, some of us are putting ourselves out there and doing that. So I think we got to be realistic of, where it's going to go, or it can go. Per se, I'm not going to say for sure anything about where it's going to go, but we all know where it can go. We've talked a lot about that today, but I don't think that should be off the table.
Yeah.
It's better for the community for us to be able to kick that around, at least so people are a little bit more prepared for, whatever their
Yeah,
trading plan is.
exactly. And I think that's really what it comes down to is having a very, detailed, you know, written out plan and kind of sticking to it, not letting your emotions get involved and just keep on plugging away.
Sure.
Not the easiest thing to do. You ever heard of a guy named, what's his name? Greg Manarino?
Negative.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel and he kind of spits out a lot of great information on all 4 sectors. So he's worth listening to, in my opinion.
All 4 sectors.
Yeah, precious metals, crypto, stocks, and fiat.
I gotcha. Yeah, I got to have a macroeconomics perspective to kind of chart your path, right?
If you can.
It'd be stupid not to. Just focus on one thing.
Yeah. I'd like to throw one other sector in there. Food supply. Sounds like we might need to get a little bit of that in our pantry.
Or some farmland.
Even better. Yeah, I didn't mean to neglect real estate. Super important.
Yeah, maybe if this all works out here, be doing that.
Yeah, I'd like to get a little potato farm up on the Snake River up in Idaho.
Were you able to sacrifice for Pulsechain?
No, just PulseX.
And congratulations. I showed up late to the party. Nobody gave me the invite. So at least I'm here now.
Well, congratulations. I believe you're in one of the best crypto spaces I've seen, and I've only been playing around with it for about a year and a half, and it's pretty much the only project I see worthwhile investing in.
Yeah, in any project worth investing in, you want to be in this type of time and place. I mean, everybody's like, oh, just wait till it takes off, or oh, wait till the exchange lists it when that's, pretty much too late.
Well, it's not only that, it's the community that's behind this. If you've been Mexican or, been involved for any bit of time at all or looking into it, you can just see the love and the heart and the givingness in this community.
Yeah, it's definitely a genuine vibe. Good support. Smart community. And improvements on crypto in general, which got a shit coin coming out every day, not doing a damn thing, just you know, just bleeding the community out and taking advantage. So it's nice to see a project actually improve things. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's pretty much what I was getting along at, is that there's just so much garbage out there, and I'm not going to name any, but the you know, there's there's a genuine work behind what's going on every coin here, with Hex, Pulsechain, and PulseX, and the ones that don't have any sort of, work ethics coming up with him, or contribution to the community, I just can't see him surviving. So
Yeah, and yet they still do. So it's even more bullish on a project like this that's doing something.
So I take it. So you've just gotten involved in Hex, then?
Yep, been on the accumulation phase for the last couple months.
Nice. I think I talked to you before, didn't you? You going on to a debate about something with your family, with some I guess it would be, I don't want to say anything over that I shouldn't say. Anyway, you were debating over some of your inheritances and things like that and how to work it, right?
Yeah, my father didn't actually posture himself correctly for the event of his demise, and that happened. And
Right.
I'm having to beg for my money back, as Richard always says. Don't leave your money on exchanges because these things can happen.
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah.
good.
Long story. Thanks. Long story short, he didn't KYC correctly, and so they can't really do an inheritance transfer because there's nobody owning the account, right?
Man, I went through a big ordeal with that with a veteran I was taking care of up on the mountain. I lived up in Placerville on a 15-acre ranch, and one of my back neighbors was sort of a off the grid guy, and he was a veteran from I don't know, he was 88, put it that way, and he got to the point where he couldn't take care of himself, so we made sure he had food and water and things because he lived off the grid, and um, we finally got a hold of one of his sisters and told her that, hey, you need to work something out with your brother here before it's too late, because he started going into dementia and I could see it, and said you had to get some legal paperwork involved, and it didn't happen because she was older also, and out of state. So I was taking him to the VA all the time, and to get medical stuff done. And I guess he said the wrong thing one day, and they decided to send adult protection services up to his place, and decided that what he was living in and the environment they lived in was not um, suitable for mankind, although he'd lived there for 30 plus years. And so they took him out of there, and then they red tagged his home, and the state took it, and they took over his bank accounts, and that's exactly how it went.
Sheesh, yeah. So
And
you're talking about state tax got him 50% of his whole estate before it went to who it should, kind of thing.
well, I don't even think his family got any of it. They put him in a home. They kept him in a down in a sort of a 5150 center for a while because of his dementia, and at
Just
the
ran up the bill
VA,
on him.
and then yeah, and then they put him into a place eventually, and he was only there for 6 weeks before he died. And he would have never died. He would have never died if they had left him alone. And the guy was a mountain goat, you know. And so I don't even know how he died. None of us do. But he he did, and you know, his family's been, you know, it's just cost him, you know, more to try to get back. I mean, he had 20 acres up there, uh, but you know, it's just like Hoarderville. Okay, so it's not like there was any house on it that was of any value or anything like that. You know what I mean? He was just a hard-working goat that lived up in the mountains, and you know, he was happy, but till he couldn't start driving anymore, and he couldn't, you know, get to the store and couldn't do anything anymore. Then that's when things went haywire. So anyway, I guess bottom line is if we don't come up with a plan, the state certainly seems like they're willing to do it.
Oh, they've got a plan for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not pretty. State tax, if you don't have your will and all that set up, then they take like half of it. Anything else that goes
Right.
along with it?
Yeah. It was very unfair. So what is your what's your plan with your hex? Are you staking out for, you know, your long-term stuff and kind of getting yourself set up in hex?
Yeah, definitely. So I get it accumulated. Definitely stake it out until
Great
next
time to buy
projected.
in. Wow, I mean, you're getting in
Yep.
at a great time.
Yep.
Yeah.
85% correction, 90%. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
typical statistically.
Well, it is. You know, and that's not the way you want to see it, but I mean, if you're going to get in, that's the best time to get in. And I think after launch, um, things are going to go. They're going to correct, and then, but we're also coming into some pretty tough times. So there's some people to listen to out there. I listened to a guy today. I think his name was Waters or something like that. And he had a chance to look over the hex charts. He's got a pretty interesting perspective on it because he's not biased. You know, he's not involved in it at all. Um, and I believe he was on one of the channels on YouTube today. See if I can find it. Uh, I thought it was very interesting, and the reason why is because he didn't have a opinion one way or another on Hex. He's just a technicals, you know. I think he was on cryptographics. Did you ever listen to him?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then you should be able to find him on cryptographics. Um, I think of the guy's name. I know it's Water something. Um, afraid if I turn this on my phone, it's gonna. No, that was Wales Only. Wales Only was a good show. listen to that one. Yeah, I'll just pipe down about that until I find it.
So how did you hear about the project, and how did you get lucky to sack?
Well, I mean, I bought HEX last year, back in October.
Okay.
A friend of mine turned me onto it, and he asked me to look into it, and so, you know, I did some of my research on it, and it you know, it looked like a great project, but I was coming in at, I think I came in at 41 cents, so I was coming in high, and but I didn't know it was high at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I had been dabbling in other cryptos, and realized that after a year of playing in this game that you know, I'm kind of stuck here because this is the only project that I can see that makes any sense. I mean, a lot of them make sense. They got, you know, they have value, but you know, I believe in what Richard Hart's doing, and how he's doing it. You know, he might have, you know, he might send him kind of sometimes seem like he, like a guy like Trump or something, you know, that you're like, well, I don't agree with this everything the way he shows up, but um, what he's doing, I do believe in. If that makes sense.
Yep. And I've been scalped. I bought the top, bought the rally or whatever, thinking it's gonna go up some more. And you just hold. You don't lose until you sell, right? But what better to get stuck in
Yeah.
but Hex, where you can actually stake it and gain something while you're doing that. So it's not
Well,
too bad, right?
it saves you from yourself. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's the good part about it. It saves you from yourself. So, and so I put some stakes out for, you know, I've done some 5 so, you know, so I plan on sticking around. So I got some 10-year stakes, and you know, I've been doing the staking ladder. So working on my staking ladder, and then trying to set up intervals in between now. So, you know, where I got, you know, a 1 through 5, a 5 through 10, and then I got basically, you know, the next jump is up to 15. So I got a few of them at 15, but on my 1 through 10, now that I have those already established, I'm working on my midterms between them. So like 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5. You follow me?
Yeah, I've got to do my homework a little more on the staking ladders, but you're just doing them yearly, monthly, or anything like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's because, you know, I can get, you know, a yield every 6 months then. And so it's up to me if I, you know, where I'm at in life, whether I want to reinvest it or, um, you know, take it and use it to help, you know, build you up. But for the most part, I'll probably, you know, continue to reinvest, you know, in the you know, for the next 5 years anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think it beats the hell out of the stock market, honestly.
Oh man, I've been handed my ass in a basket in the stock market, but you know, there's a lot of guys that are killing it. You know, like I said before, you know, Greg Manarino's one of the guys. If you're going to play in the stock market, he's the guy to listen to. You know, because he puts a lot of good information out on cryptocurrencies, stocks, precious metals, all of it. You know, he covers all of it.
I'll check him out.
So my current staking strategy, which is not implemented, my next big stake comes out in June, and then early June, and then early November, and then I'll be able to fully implement the staking strategy ladder that I want. Right now, the way I have it on paper is so that like one quarter a stake will end on the Ethereum chain, and then the second quarter a stake will end on the Pulse chain, and then the third quarter the stake will end on the Ethereum chain, and back and forth. But I'm kind of thinking, I'm starting to think that that's probably not the best plan. That it would be better to just redo the whole staking ladder so that I have it evened out across both chains, so that I get a the same amount on both chains every every quarter.
I think that cryptographics has got a pretty good strategy or a layout for set up staking ladders that is worth listening to just for getting some advice.
The method that I have it, and again, like again, I'm not sure that I'll switch back and forth between the chains as to which one it ends on, or I just separate it in half to both chains and then do it each quarter. But if I separate it to both chains evenly and then do it each stake lasting just a quarter, then I have to redo the whole ladder. But the way that the ladder is designed, it's designed so that I earn throughout like the next 5-year periods, throughout the next 5 years of quarters, however many, so for the next 20 quarters that I earn an equal amount of hex per quarter.
Oh, well, that sounds like a pretty good strategy for the next 5 years. And then, yeah, it's up to you for, taking some profits off of that and, getting back what you put in and then continuing to reinvest your gains back in.
Yeah, I'll be doing that every quarter, because like as soon as I set up the ladder, 90 days later, the first stake comes due, and then I will take out the interest and then restake the principal amount again for another, same period of time.
Now, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think on the Ethereum side, it's not quite the same benefit as it is on the Pulse side, or am I wrong on that? And it's the other way around.
Not sure what you mean by not the same benefit. What do you mean by benefit?
Same value, exactly.
Well, sure. I mean, the hex will have, hex on Ethereum right now is what, like 6.3 cents, and when it launches on Pulsechain, it could be considerably different from that. So, like, yeah, it would. That would definitely hold true.
That's what I meant. So
yeah. So the reason why I'm thinking that I want to get rid of my current strategy and just go to having it on both chains equally is because I don't want to have like one quarter I get a humongous dollar amount payout, and then the next quarter, like the dollar amount is like a third or half or whatever, or maybe even more. But I just want it to be equalized.
Not sure how you can guarantee that.
Well, it would be equalized because I have the same stakes on the same ladder on both chains.
Okay, yeah, I got what you're saying there. Yeah, and if that sounds like a great strategy if you can do that, and then just continue to build up, on year 6, 7, 8 through 10, up to 15. It sounds like the best plan that I can see for the best gains.
Yeah. I mean, I've always said this, but I'm in the camp where if Hex goes to $1, I don't care about anything else.
Well, if Hex goes to $1, I don't think any of us will care about too much else. Except for Pulse and PulseX.
I mean, it does concern me a little bit as to like sometimes I hear the amounts that people are currently putting into Hex, and it's like, well, they keep talking about like, well, when Hex hits $1 or when Hex hits $5 and whatever, and it's like I'm not necessarily convinced that it will do that. I hope it does, but like even still, like I kind of feel like the amount that some of these people are talking about is it's not going to be meaningful, life-changing wealth for them unless they keep putting in.
I think you're, yeah, unless you were an early in on Hex, you're probably right. I wasn't an early in on Hex, but I have dollar cost averaged my way through the last year, and tried to be consistent with it month after month, and just be consistent within, putting a little bit in each time. And right now, I feel like is a good time to you know back up the truck a little bit if you can, but I would certainly wouldn't overextend myself in any way, shape, or form, um, of anything that you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned that earlier that like I had just moved a bunch of money to prepare myself for if it does dip again, then I might put a big chunk in again. And it's not necessarily money that I could, you know, it would suck balls incredibly if I, for some reason had to wait it out longer than I intended to see a return on it. But like, I I could always just like invest half of what I was, planning to, and then still live out the rest of the year completely in comfort.
Well, that's the thing. I've been hearing a lot of people saying, "Oh, I got to sell my, I got to sell because I can't pay the rent." And you don't ever want to put yourself in that type of a position in any kind of investing. Um, savings is, one thing, investing is another thing. And, I put them in two different categories. So on the savings side, I put my, um, my precious metals or, things like that and fiat currencies. And then on the other side is stocks and cryptos. And I think it's important to be, in my opinion, it's just an opinion too, nothing more, nothing less, to, keep yourself in, you know, a few different areas. I've heard, a tremendous amount about silver over the last 3 years, but silver's at an all-time low again, and I don't think there's another asset on the planet that you could buy right now that's still at a 1978 low.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like Hex could go to a penny, and like, well, I certainly don't want to sell my Hex. That's like my last resort. But if I had to sell my Hex, it would get me by for a few years.
Then you got in early. Do you ever, I asked Dude 07 if he ever listened to Greg Manarino on YouTube. Have you ever listened to him?
No, I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, he's a pretty slick guy. He's called the Robin Hood of Wall Street, but he talks about all of it. And that's why I like him, because he talks about crypto. He talks about, precious metals. If you don't hold it, you don't own it, and then the stocks, and then real estate and fiat, everything. So it's kind of a good chat.
Yeah, it's funny because my brother got me into crypto. Well, he first introduced the topic of crypto to me, like probably around 2012, and I bought my first miner in like March of 2013. But then he never got himself interested in it at all, and he is just never really cared for it. Whereas he's an incredibly more technical person than I am. He's been a programmer for IBM for like 30 years, and but I don't know why he just never jumped on the crypto train. But he's always been in the precious metals thing, so he has like a safe full of palladium and silver and gold.
Well, they're all going to see their day. You know what I mean? But if you if you started buying Bitcoin in 2012, good for you.
No, well, I wasn't buying Bitcoin. I was mining some, but like mostly I was mining altcoins and then turning it into Bitcoin. But honestly, I was just dumping anything that I made for a few $100s here and there. The funniest stories that is like, I worked for I've most of my career I've worked for web hosting companies, and one of the companies at the time that I worked for, we had several hundred, um, several hundred, about 300, free E3 Intel E3 computers that weren't being used, and so I talked them into letting them letting having them let me use them as CPU miners, and mining a coin that was able to be mined by CPU at the time, and I ended up earning like about a Bitcoin worth of crypto. And it was funny because like all of my coworkers just totally thought the whole crypto thing was just such a waste of time and stupid and ridiculous. And they every once in a while they would ask me like how much it was worth. And I was like, oh, it's about $1,000. We have a full Bitcoin. And they were like, holy crap, $1,000, sell that shit. And so I did. And it was funny because like a year later, they were like, why the hell did you sell that?
Exactly right. Well, I don't know where you're at in this space now, but sounds like you got early in on your hex, and your stakes should pay out well.
Yeah, I mean, I got early in on my hacks for sure. I definitely didn't get as much as I now wish I had. I mean, that everybody could say that, but like, I'll be honest. Like, I I probably only made about uh, less than 10 hex buys in my life. Uh, Four of them were within the first 32 days. So I've said this before. I certainly do not consider myself any level of whale because the amount that I put in at the time was pretty minimal. But like, I don't know. I still feel incredibly lucky to have found the project when I did, and get in what I did.
Well, I'm sure that you were able to get in on Pulsechain and PulseX, and being familiar with the project.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one of the great things about getting into Hex so early that I saw my investment, do a couple thousand X, and then it allowed me to just pull some out and then diversify into all other kinds of things that I was interested in. But I am a little bit, risk averse, so I didn't necessarily get into Pulse X as much as I could have, but I'm happy with what I got.
Yeah, I think I spent. I started in um, probably like Ethereum and Solana and Chainlink and all those kind of coins, and then I got um, turned on to Hex, and so I moved my assets over into Hex, and then I started setting up some different staking ladders over time, and just said, let's just see what happens. And then I continued to dabble around in the altcoins, and it just seemed like trading is, a losing man's game. Um, you got to just kind of dig your heels in, and Hex seemed like the right project to dig your heels in. Actually, like I said it earlier, it'll save you from yourself, by staking out, save you from your own emotions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely for me, like 2 years ago, I was very unhappy with the fact that I had staked my HEX for 2 to 3 years. And I'm at the point now where I can admit that, like, I probably wouldn't have the amount of money that I do now, um, had I not staked it. I mean, at the time, I was thinking that I would have done better, being able to trade it, but I don't know. I can't. I It definitely did save me, probably.
Yeah, I just found, like, unless you got in early in the door on a lot of the projects and you knew ahead of time, um, that you were buying in on the hype, and then you know maybe making a little bit, just breaking even or selling on a little bit of a loss, before it was too late, because you saw them going up and down. I mean, it's so volatile, this space. There's a big giant learning curve on being in cryptocurrencies, compared to being in the stock market. And I'd been in the stock market for a little bit of time, and it's two different worlds. And until you learn how to join those two worlds together, I think that was the thing for me, was being able to take my emotion out of it, and just you know it doesn't matter where my coins drop to now, because I'm in them for a 3 to 5 year plan.
It's interesting. I mean, I got fairly wrecked in the stock market in early 2000s. Um, I used to, in early 2000s, I used to go to Reno and play blackjack, probably like every other month, and I would take $1,000, and the majority of the time I would lose that thousand. But on 4 occasions, I turned that $1,000 into more than $25,000. So, like, for total net winnings, I'm up, like, in winning, but, like, definitely, like, per number of trips, I definitely lost more times than I won. But it was funny because I went after I went to Reno, had a really big win, came back and went on a spending spree in the stock market. And there was one particular stock that it was a company that I believed in. It was a local company, nationwide company, but like called Metro Media Fiber, and they were doing some really big internet stuff. I thought they were going to be the next big, latest and greatest internet fad. The stock was about to split, and so I bought in. I just dumped like 20 grand into it, and the stock split, and it just kept going down. And like at about like $6,000, I was just like, yeah, screw this, I'm out.
Exactly. Did it ever come back?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, that's the thing, unless you can get in, like, on some early IPOs, or you got some insider information. Stock market's tricky, but I don't know. He said, I, I had followed Greg Manarino for the last year, and he's been, like, spot on, like, 90%. And he's just one of those kind of guys. I mean, that's, you know, he loves to teach other people how to do what he does. And he seems to feel like, you know, the way that the system is right now, that it's so rigged, it's trying to take the middle class out. And so he's trying to save what he can to the middle class.
Yeah, I did actually do pretty well day trading, but it was just like, okay, I made $100 here, I made a $200 there, and then maybe I lost $50 or whatever. Up and downs, but small gains, and it just kind of got to the point where this is too much work for it to be worth it.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. You know, I don't have. I was getting wrecked doing the same thing, and you know, I just wanted to get into. I just wanted peace of mind again. You know what I mean? And you know, in where I'm at right now, I feel like I have peace of mind. You know, being involved with you know, with Hex and Pulse and PulseX. So
There was a couple of interesting things about my story getting into Hex. Like, I first heard about Richard Hartmut when he was contemplating this token called CFD token, Computational Fluid Dynamics token, and like I liked that. I really liked that idea, and I was very eager to see it. And it kind of got to the point where he just said, "This is too hard. I give up. We're not doing this." And I was just like, okay, that doesn't really leave the greatest impression for me. And then so then when Hex when it first it was Bitcoin Hex and then Hex launched, I was still kind of left with the idea. It's like there's this founder who just abandoned his project because it was too difficult. And I was like, I don't know, maybe it was, maybe, I don't know, but like it didn't leave a good impression for me. And just with all of my other coworkers just telling me crypto's a scam, you're gonna get wrecked and all that shit, that I didn't invest as much as I could have. And I wish I had.
yeah, I'm sure that, I mean, a lot of people, you know, came out extremely well. And, you know, I guess that's what we call whales. But they might be whales because of other reasons also. You know, they mined Bitcoin early, they were early in an Ethereum, you know, and, you know, they played their projects out, you know, correctly.
These days, my personal definition of a whale is like somebody who has at least 10 million hacks.
I would agree with that. Well, Papa Boner, I see you on here. I don't hear you saying much.
Yeah, because I'm under anesthesia, so I'm waiting for the pain to start kicking and a little bit of a drill job I got today on my mouth.
Oh, it's still early for you. That's right. You're what about 12 o'clock?
No, it's 5:45 p.m.
Okay.
Hope you're well.
I'm doing my best. I've been working on my trying to figure out how to unjig my my mess on my Trezors and my Ledger X's and figure out where I put all my shit and get it back in one place.
You got it too complex, huh?
No, I did. You know, I just I got so mixed up in it that I started over, and now it's like, is there a way for me to figure out where I started back in the beginning? I've got so many pieces of paper with so many different hardware wallet, you know. Uh,
Well, yeah. This goes with responsible management of your seeds, right? You have to take notes on those pieces of paper, not obvious ones, but obvious enough for you to keep track of where they are.
I know we talked about that before, and you know, I started writing out, you know, the correct bridge pattern. I found, you know, all my stakes back. Um, I just haven't been able to find my liquid assets back.
Oops. Start copying and pasting your public addresses at least in one place that you can keep as well. That'll save time because if you ever lose track of it, just plug them into Etherscan
Well, I do have
public
the address.
addresses and you can see everything.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do have the address and
Just
I can see it on Etherscan, but how do I get it back off of Etherscan?
you don't get it off of Ether. It's not on Etherscan. Etherscan's reflecting the blockchain, is scraping the blockchain to find out what's in that wallet. You just have to plug in your
Correct.
hardware wallet and transact.
They didn't get put on a hardware wallet. They got, I mean, well, they started to get put on hardware wallets, but they got switched around between hardware wallets.
Oh, no problem. You can always factory wipe a hardware wallet and then reintroduce a seed into that hardware wallet and then check that way as well. But it's a lot quicker if you just use your public address to check beforehand. And when you find it, you know what seed is associated with that public address, then do an advanced recovery into the hardware wallet and then transact.
Okay. I think I know exactly what you're talking
It's,
about.
right.
It's just been,
Why not, diagram it all on one piece of paper so you keep it straight, and
yeah,
then destroy that piece of paper.
after it's on my hardware wallet.
Yeah, I mean, look, it sounds like you've got lots of wallets, but very few hardware wallets, right?
No, I've got 3 hardware wallets and about 25 seed phrases of paper.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but the ratio is definitely in favor of the seeds on paper. So write down some code on each of those seeds as to which ones contain which assets of value.
Okay.
You know, and then when it comes time to, and then you can copy paste the public addresses. You can add the public address onto those sheets with the seeds. Not even the full public address, just maybe the first 4 characters so that you keep it straight. Then you can copy paste the entire public address. You can maintain that electronically. There's no problem there. And just keep a spreadsheet, right? Keep it on a spreadsheet and give it a funky name. Like if it's your wallet that has all of your liquid assets, you call it Master Blaster or something like that, whatever the hell you want. Something that reminds you that that's your home base for your liquid assets. And if it's staking, just say prime rib or whatever you want. You know, keep these things pretty simple, but not easy to decipher for people that aren't in the know. And they're only associated with your public addresses. So this begins to keep it straight. The next thing I would recommend is color coding all of them. color coding them with little stickers or dabs of like the physical hardware wallet that you keep the hardware wallet active with that specific seed because it's a real important one. You can get a dab of nail polish or a sticker on that makes you understand right away what it is and how important it is.
Gotcha.
If you've got hidden wallets, you got to do the same thing with the seed phrase and also the passphrase, and you have to keep those separate. So now you've got another layer of complexity, but you've also got another layer of security.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that, with all of this, I started doing it with, software wallets and whatnot with your 12 seeds, and then, migrating into hidden wallets, with the extra word for your 25th word and, or your other phrase. And, but it seemed like I was, every time I went back in to check, I wasn't getting the same address like you were showing on your video, right? And so somewhere along the line, I got confused.
Yep, but that just means that you've mismanaged your seeds because there's no way that the seed will not show up the correct public address.
No,
and that's why writing down the public address is a good thing, right?
Yeah. So I've got a shit ton of stuff to go through here and just keep trying over and over and over until I find it.
Yep, but you're only one away from getting it all worked out, right?
Yeah. Yep. So
cool.
Yeah, that's it.
Nice. And then just remember notes and labels.
Oh,
I'm managing, a lot of seeds.
Yeah, all this paperwork will go into a file, but then there'll be one or two other files that'll be split.
Yeah, but make sure that the seeds themselves are backed up on something that can't go up in flames or destroyed in a flood.
Okay.
We recommend either stainless steel washers. There's a method for that that's on howtopulse.com, or etching into commercially pure titanium is my favorite if you can get a hold of the right titanium. But don't go for an alloy. Otherwise, you could etch, and then a few years down the line, it could look perfectly smooth to you, and that's not a good thing.
Okay. All right. Well, good to hear your voice.
Likewise, man. Well, today's been a lot of fun. A lot of the Japanese burgeoning hex community are all celebrating now that they caught the dip. And then I get home and I find out that I've completely missed it. Oh well. There'll be another one I can capitalize on.
How far down did the dip go for you go over there?
Well, Some of them are saying that they got below 4.2, and that's really cool for them, and they're really stoked. They feel that they, the train backed up back to the station for them. So they caught it, their morning, and they were really excited. And yeah, well, not morning, mid afternoon, so they were all able to do it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything lower than 6.8 today.
Yeah, it had a really quick wick, but these guys all got in the fours.
They all got some sort of bot working for them.
No, they took my advice and put in limit orders. Matcha.xyz.
That's right. You did say that.
They didn't even have to pay gas.
Yeah, I missed too, but I did manage to get money moved around so that I'll be ready for the next one.
Right on. Me too. I'm gonna put in a limit and sleep to that tonight.
Oh, you didn't take your own advice?
No, I wasn't expecting it, so I just went into the dentist and figured, I'd check it out when it got back. But while I was in the waiting room, all hell broke. Actually, before I left the house, all hell broke loose, and I just didn't have time to do anything. And I thought to myself, I got my daily payout, and that was my own catching the bottom, right? Because I'm fully staked.
Yeah, we didn't think you had too much to worry about.
No, but I mean, at these prices, I'm ready to get some more. I love I love the idea of me capturing even a modicum of that amount from a person that wanted to get out at these prices. That's a great feeling.
Well, it definitely helps you, like dollar cost weighted average around and, keep things better for, you across the boards if you got to go high in some places.
Oh yeah, I bought all over the place. My DCA is still super like amazing, um, but I did purchase in the 20s. I did purchase at 38, and purchasing at 4.2 would have been a miracle. That would have brought those tranches DCAs back down. Yes, but overall my DCA is just fine. I still don't have any regrets about those purchases up at those levels because as a staker, it's almost been what like a full year since that time, and I staked it out really really far, so I've been gaining 38% on that. So it kind of softens the blow, right? So everything is okay. And you wait long enough until these are mature, there should be no problem. In the grand scheme of things, those of us that stake, at least the average, and maybe further than that, maybe into the 10 to 15, are all going to see so many of these bull and bear markets. along the way. This is only the first. You've got at least 2 left before you actually get your stakes out on schedule. But it's all about the quantity of hex for me. It's not hex is not, gone to our price over here. Hasn't come close to going to our price that we're willing to sell at, my wife and myself. So this is all just a nothing burger. It's just nonsense and fun. It's just an easier way to get more.
I like that, a big nothing burger. That's the way I kind of look at it too.
But I think it teaches those that just held in liquid and just hoped for a run up. I hope it teaches them that effectively in the race of crypto, that if you're, into Richard Hart products, right now the product hex that's available to you, if you're only holding liquid, you're probably running that race with one leg tied behind your back. If you stake and hold the asset and, mark the value, you really get the full 2 legs and strong momentum moving forward. Yeah, there's dips, but man, when it comes back up, it's just multiplied. And it will happen.
Well, what do you see the strategy for getting Pulsechain?
Getting Pulsechain, so for somebody that doesn't have any exposure to points.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't sacrifice I sacrificed on PulseX, but not Pulsechain.
Well, it depends. There's 2 ways, because I always consider the tax implication. There's 2 ways it can limit your tax liability to be able to get into that. If you didn't sacrifice, you missed out on the tax deferment of sorts, right? The gift that Richard kind of designed into this whole thing.
On the PulseX side, but I did on the on the PulseX side I did, but not on the Pulsechain side.
Right on. So then if that's the case, you're going to want to trade on, you're going to want to balance out what you have in PulseX and either risk a biscuit and try to get some pulse on ratios, which I wouldn't do. I'd rather just hold on to my PulseX. I would do single-sided liquidity farming on that in the pool. And then I would bring in dry powder or copies of other tokens and move them into Pulse on the PulseX DEX when everything goes live and I can actually see prices. Again, trading leprechauns for unicorns is not a great game as far as I'm concerned. You could have copies of something stupid like DAI or USDC and easily make that decision because it becomes a price effectively because it's a copy of a stable coin that may have 0 value or a sliver of the value that it's reflected on the Ethereum network. And that's just for fun and games at 0 risk. However, moving that value across the bridge is the easiest and most straightforward way to get Pulse other than trading your shitcoin copies. But I wouldn't touch anything that I already started off with for PulseX because I think everybody's got that idea. And I also wouldn't be trading my hex copies for Pulse either. Again, because a lot of people have that idea. So I would move something completely unrelated that has liquidity pairing with Pulse when it gets copied, or I would cool my heels until the bridge opens and move value across. In simple terms, cool, calm, and collected, and decide if I like that price. Because there will be a pullback. There'll be a significant pullback. So that's the time to make a informed decision and stick to a plan that maybe I had written down before everything even went berserk, so that I can be true to my plan and take all of the emotion out of it.
Okay. Yeah, so waiting for the pullback, maybe a month or so.
Yeah. It could even be less than that. It could be so so explosive that the first pullback happens in under a week. We have no idea, because there's such pent up excitement about Pulsechain,
Yeah.
and so many people complain about not having any exposure or not having enough exposure into Pulse, that I believe that there's going to be just a flood into trying to grab as much as possible.
Yeah, so do I. And, all right, so you think that at that point is what, if I'm copying what you're saying, use your other ERC20 tokens to possibly move into your Pulse on the pullback and get
The
exposure.
the copies I would play with out of the gate, because there's no guarantee that those communities will come over, and Pulse is of higher value to me than that risk. So I may, play with copies, and because they were gifted to me for free, I'm just going to see if the ratios make sense. And if they do, I would do that. But after that is exhausted, I wouldn't move any of my marquee holdings like Hex or PulseX across into a trading situation with, for Pulse. I think that would be a
Okay.
losing proposition. I would not
So
touch those. I'd be
when you say play with them out of the gate, what does that look like?
Well, let's say we have token X and I get copy of token X. Then
Yeah, you got token
I
X
can
and you
check.
got PX, right?
Yeah, I got P token X. And I check to see immediately on PulseX whether or not there's a good pair with good liquidity. And if there is, and it seems reasonable, I would throw that trash into Pulse, and I would throw that
Okay.
into my bag and hold on to it. And that would be the beginning of my position building. And then once that's exhausted, I would sit back and watch the rest of the fireworks, and I would be confident that I did my best, but I'd wait until the bridge opens, like a day and a half later, and I would wait to see how the price goes with Pulse paired with USDC and true liquidity pairing in PulseX. And when it got to the point that I felt that it was settling down at a good level and it had pulled back a bit, I would take value over the bridge of USDC or some other token that I have. Most likely a stable coin, so I wouldn't have to worry about fluctuations. I wouldn't take ETH and wrap it over the bridge or anything like that. I would probably want to deal with stable coins because the fluctuations will be enough to deal with in my mind rather than dealing with 3 different points that all could be variable. I would want to do stable coins over the bridge and then trade on PulseX decks.
So I mean, it kind of sounds to me like what you're saying is that we're going to have a couple of days of trading, like inner circle between hexagons and PulseX, and before the bridge opens, you say 2 days later on that? What do you mean by that?
I think the amount of time was kind of estimated to be 30 hours, just a little bit over a day. That Richard said there would be trading on ratio only without any dollar value associated with anything. Because
is that inner circle?
well, you're in the inner circle.
That's what
You are.
Is that what?
Yeah. That's those in the know and those that believe and those that have been trying to test net are all inner circle players. You're one of those.
Okay.
I'm one of those, right? Because we've already tried it out. We know what to do. And then we know that we're not going to be seeing dollar values. We're going to just be seeing ratios of these copies and native tokens that have come into existence on the new chain, but don't have any value that can be drawn to them on the Ethereum blockchain. Now, when that bridge opens up, instantly the first transaction will, like wildfire, produce a value against the ratios, but this time in ETH, which is then available, or USDC, which has a dollar value on Ethereum, and in its wrapped form can be drawn to an actual dollar value. And that's when your dollar cost basis will be pegged. And after you trade it from that moment, you'll be incurring tax liability. Okay. So those first 30 hours are critical to make trades without tax implications, or to receive tokens and hold them, bring them into your hardware wallet that you want to keep them long term. Mm-hmm. And there's no tax implication for that either.
Only if it's within the 3 coins.
No, any copies. Okay. But as soon as that bridge is open, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, does that mean if it's a P whatever, there's no tax implications, or even on the Ethereum side?
No. The Ethereum side, there'll always be. That was the original token. Talking about copies on Pulsechain that are airdropped, right? Airdrop, or we can say forked, right? They come into existence and they don't have a dollar value. They all start at 0.
Okay, got
because if they did have a dollar value, everyone would be caught with a tax implication, a tax event from the beginning, which would be a tremendous curse, right?
Yes.
So they all start at 0, and it's up to you to hold them or to move or to trade them. But if you trade them after the bridge is open, you better know that that's just like trading Ethereum-based assets at a $0 cost basis, meaning you got it for 0. The IRS, if you're a United States citizen, deems that your starting price. If you swapped it for USDC because you thought you were gonna cash out because you just found out about Pulsechain late, you see free tokens, you cash out. That's the full extent of 0 to the price of your sale that has to fall under a taxable event.
So we want to do as much of our trading in that 30 hours as possible.
Or elect to hold and decide what to do from an informed position once the bridge opens. You can either go and scramble and get into the asset you want based on ratio, or you can sit back and say, great, let me catch my breath, watch the fireworks. When things settle down, I'll decide on a pullback whether or not the ratios now in dollar terms make sense. And you can do it later too.
Sounds like elect and hold is probably your better route.
Doing nothing is a very nice strategy in this launch of this particular chain. It's not the only strategy, but it's a very nice one.
Yeah.
You won't get screwed.
Well, unless you find somebody that is, you're not going to find anybody doing 1-to-1 on, your tokenometry right now. From what I hear, it's either 1-to-3 or even hyping it up even more. But I think because of this setback, it might settle people back into maybe a more reasonable rate, like a 1 to 2 or maybe even a 1 to 3 still.
Maybe. And by the way, we have to be careful using the term setback. I would think that this is
Yeah.
investment in time and effort to get it right.
But no, I believe it's more of a gain for us. So it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I look at it as a blessing, not a setback. So.
Oh yeah, I mean it's given me personally time to get all my shit in a row.
Yep.
I thought that I was prepared, but then I discovered that I really wasn't. So that's good. And plus, I'm looking at another project of my own, just toying around with it. And if it comes to fruition, then we would have capitalized on this, additional development cycle that's presented itself. So I thank my lucky stars that Richard's doing the right thing, and that the devs have the insight and skills to be able to enter into new sprints, usually each sprint being 2 weeks long, to do things right. And I know they will.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good thing for all of us, really. I mean, I know I've heard a lot of bitching out there, but I choose not to listen to when it's a naysayer. I just turn it off.
Dude, we went through this with Hex. And now
Yeah,
no
you guys did.
Hexicant.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I wasn't here
Yeah.
in the beginning of that.
No, yeah.
Let
me tell you though. It got really burly. We were waiting over a year, and saying, "What the hell?"
Me.
Nope, over a year. And but there wasn't any sacrifice. It was over a year for the AA to open, right? But we were like, "Oh my gosh, we had nothing at risk, right? We had nothing sacrificed." But think of it. Let me hold on. There's one thing I wanted to say that I just have to remind everybody about. If you sacrificed, the value you locked up is so much more than what it is right now. So thank your lucky stars that you've had all the time to have sacrificed way back when things were a lot more valuable in dollar terms, and you were given, or you were allotted points for that value, and your sacrifice came at the right time, and it isn't affected of all these situations that you're seeing right now, especially if it was Hex that you sacrificed. So you got a damn good deal, right? Especially if Hex goes down to nothing. Now, when Hex was going up to its all-time highs, people were like, "Oh, damn it! I got things tied up and I got in there, and that's not cool for me. I wish the sacrifice was now." But now those people are saying, or should be saying, "Damn it! I got a great deal. I should have put more in."
Yeah. Hey, can you tell me how that? All right. So on that sacrifice, right? I went to that other site where it says, here's where your true points are, and here's what shows up in your wallet. How do you actually get the true points?
True points are on the latest version of the point checker that's released by the devs. That's the only
Right. I
that's the only
saw that,
place.
but you can't get your wallet to reflect that, right?
No, you don't have to right now.
Okay.
You don't have to. The only thing that your wallet reflects is the snapshot that was like taken in September.
Exactly, and that's what.
Not maybe not. Yeah, and that's those numbers are obviously nowhere near where they are right now. You just got a snapshot total for the testnet v2, and those were dropped to you, and you played around with them, and that's all it was good for. So it has nothing to do with what's reflected in your wallet at all.
Yeah. Well, even those, that's one of the things I'm still trying to find in my wallet, my stuff that's out here in the universe. Uh, yeah, I haven't found that yet either. My PLSX.
If you've got all your if you've got all your seeds, then
I've
I
got
would consider that. Yeah.
I've got 100,000 seed phrases. Yes, I'll find it.
100,000. Yeah. Okay. Well, go through them slowly. I mean, again. This helps a lot when it comes to this not being testnet go live right now, or sorry, mainnet live right now. Go,
Yeah,
go,
I'm
go.
thankful. I'm thankful.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Yeah.
Get your ducks in a row.
I'm working on it. And the other thing that I was going to ask you about, so how does that is the bonus multiplier work? What is that all about?
Well, for sacrifice, the biggest sacrificer all the way down to the smallest sacrificer were given bonuses, and they were multiples of 2.5x at the biggest one on a token by token basis for every token all the way down to the lowest, the last token and the lowest sacrificer's wallet, and each one is given a percentage, a multiplier, and it's very
Like a
complicated. It's based on a
2.5.
dollar per dollar basis. Whoa!
I saw
Silent Bob is
something
not being silent.
I'm sorry, what?
I said Silent Bob is not being very silent. I heard some scratching and whatever all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I saw like a 2.5 and then down to like maybe a 1 to 1.
Yes,
Or
correct.
something like that, right?
Yep.
So let's say I in my sacrifice I got 20 million PLSX, right?
Okay.
Does that mean I get another 20 million PLSX?
No.
Oh,
If you see it on the check, if you see it on the checker and it reflects 20 million, you think that you're entitled to another 20 million because of your multiplier bonus?
no, I didn't know. That's what I was asking.
No. This takes into account your multiplier bonus, your volume bonus.
Okay.
Multiplier.
Okay.
That's why it's so complicated to consider the points. That's why it's taken months and months for the devs to consider these points, because they're across multiple chains. They're across multiple time-weighted averages of 30 minutes, 15 before and 15 after, based on some kind of exact oracle that will determine where those feeds were taken from as a master. And then each of those per person, per sacrifice, by the way, will influence where they are in the volume multiplier, pecking order. And that's why things are going up and down, right? That's why we get totals that are up a million and down 3,000 and up 25 and down 10%. That's why we've been getting these things all over the place. It is truly rocket science.
No doubt. Okay, so I mean, I have my my addresses, right? And is there any way that what would be the only way that I could lose my my assets? If I have my address, that won't give me my assets, right?
Hold on, we got a snorer. Hold on a second. All right. Sorry. One more time.
Okay, so what I was saying is that with the bazillion seed phrases that I have written down in all these different ways that I was going into ledgers and treasures and nanos and everything else. sometimes it seems like a little. I'm still trying to navigate my way back to a, like ground zero. Like I told you, I found all
Yep.
my stakes, but I haven't found all my liquid stuff, and I haven't found my my PLSX and some of my I guess the test P or the test PLS doesn't really matter, right?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. P what doesn't matter?
The test pulse, the stuff that I
Yeah,
got off of
doesn't matter at all.
yeah. So that don't worry about that. But my PLSX does matter, and that's seems to be out in the stratosphere at the moment.
Out in the stratosphere. Can you tell me what that means?
I mean, just saying that it's not showing up on any of my my wallet checkups right now because
Okay.
of me dicking around with treasures and ledgers and all that shit and
Right.
changing seed phrases.
Because you haven't. Right. So you've got to just go through all of your seeds and maybe recover, either derive the public address from a different list that you have. But if you don't have those, you have to put them into the hardware wallet one at a time, copy the public address that comes up, put it into Etherscan, figure out what's in there, or connect up the hardware wallet with MetaMask.
Yeah.
All right, then that means that you have the public address.
Yeah, no, I do have my public address. And I can see
can
my
you
tokens and I can see my money, my liquid stuff, but I can't get it back on to how do I get that back onto my MetaMask?
You got to introduce the seed back into your hardware wallet through advanced recovery and then connect up the hardware wallet with MetaMask. That's the only secure way.
Okay. Well, I mean, is there any other way to do it? Because I mean, what if I don't? I don't know what seed it is at this point. Is what I'm saying.
You can factory wipe the hardware wallet and one by one introduce the seeds into the hardware wallet, check it. If it's not the right one, make notes on your and then move on to the next and refactory wipe it and move on to the next.
Yeah, that's gonna be great. Thanks.
You'll get fast at it, man. You'll get faster at it. Believe me.
Well, no, but what I did, I know I'll get faster at it. But what I did is I have treasures and ledgers, and there's 24 seeds with the hidden phrases and all that.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that they're compatible with each other. You can pick out either a treasure or a ledger, your choice. Do an advanced recovery, and just go through one by one and get your ducks in order.
Where do you live? New York?
Tokyo. Yeah.
Okay. Too late. Too late for Sharon Tate.
That shows your age.
Yeah.
Was it 1980 she was killed?
Yeah, that's right. You got it, brother. It's too late to fall in love with Sharon Tate. Well, my friend, it was a pleasure and enjoyed talking with you. And
likewise.
I'll let you know how it goes. Again, I told you I'll get back with you. And
cool.
I got half of it, but I'm still missing half. So
you'll find it.
I've got yeah, no, I've had a little bit of a brain fry with the all the cancer therapy and stuff like that I've gone through. It just toasted my my brain.
So, sorry to hear that, man. But you'll get the stuff in order and and it's not, take it slow. Don't stress yourself out, and don't get frustrated if you've got some other externalities, like, I don't know, whatever kind of thing they're putting you through. Just take it slow.
Will do.
And recover soon.
Plan on it. I got some 15 years. I got some 5.555s out there, bro. So I plan on sticking around.
Right on.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Likewise.
I have a question for you, Papa. This might be getting into the weeds a little bit with like tax stuff, which we don't typically cover too much. But do you consider that when something is on the blockchain, that you automatically have dominion and control over those assets, or not necessarily? I mean, like if you've never set up MetaMask or whatever to be able to access them and actually trade them, would you say that you therefore don't have dominion and control over them?
If you have seeds to a wallet, then you have control. You have opportunity.
So for you, opportunity means control.
Ownership. Yes, absolutely. So if I generate a 24-word seed and I write it down and I copy paste a public address and some shitcoin says, paste your public address here to whitelist that wallet and we'll airdrop you something. The airdrop could occur. I don't have that thing on actual wallet where I can actually access it, but it will be airdropped on the blockchain to that public address for which I own these seeds. I could have at any time accessed that wallet by introducing the seeds into a hardware wallet and gone in, seen those tokens and sold them. Ownership is the way the law is written right now, and that is defined as control at a time that token or asset could be sold on the open market would dictate the cost basis. So that's the way that I have to see it, because that's the way the law is written right now.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, because I mean, I was just kind of wondering, like, if the IRS was to say, like, well, okay, you're saying that you got this airdropped at a zero cost basis, prove that you had control and access to it at that time. And I'm not sure how you would prove that, if that wasn't the case.
No. It's not up to, see, I always used to go to my CPA and say, so in court, we could swear this. And my CPA would always correct me and he'd say, why do you think it's ever going to be a situation where you're pleading your case to a judge? You always go to that. What the hell are you talking about? They're just going to ask you for more information and we're going to give it to them. Now, if you pay too many taxes, that's the problem that you have to avoid. If you say, you've robbed me and you're about to leave me alone, but wait, I've got some more dollars that I keep underneath the insole of my shoe. Let me give you that. Oh, and I keep some more in my sock and some behind my ear. Take this too. The assailant wants to leave. They don't need any more. They're satisfied with whatever you've given them, their watch, your wallet, your car keys, and they don't need to stick around and listen to you taking all the change from, your belly button and whatever. So honestly, it's a pretty easy set rule for airdrops, but I believe that staking is different. And staking primarily in the case that it doesn't aid in validating a block, like HEX. HEX staking is different, I believe. And I've got my position. I believe it's defensible in case of the IRS requesting more information. So I only, and of course there's the Tezos thing that's going on with the couple that has rejected the offer from the IRS for settlement because they'd rather just pay out of court to get it to go away because they don't want to spend time and effort in it. But over the next few years, we'll find out how it plays out and whether or not there's true precedent set that double taxation comes into play. If you create something and it comes into your possession, but through your own creation and interaction with a smart contract, you've created it and it trades on the market, that's supposed to be income. And then when you dispense of the asset by selling it, that's supposed to be capital gains, which is ridiculous. So in this sense, I believe HEX is treated differently. And I only declare capital gains based on the amount of time that I held it when I dispense of the asset. Because I'm creating it, I maintain my own keys, I've never lost my own keys, and I'm bringing into existence the minting of those tokens. So they hold no value to anyone until I dispense of them. And I believe I should pay capital gains on them depending on how long I hold them after that. But this is again why things are more, let's say, there's a multi-layer approach to that philosophy, and it usually lies on the way it's held within a trust, the fact that the taxable event in a trust is dealt with differently than an individual. So you can enjoy that on top, and basically you're getting the same deal. A deferment of taxes, not a forgiveness of taxes. Because the trade-off is that I will be paying the biggest amount of taxes possible on those tokens that I've created, because they've come into existence and I'm declaring that they were of no value to anybody at that time. Therefore, that's a $0 cost basis. So when I do sell them for, let's say, $1 million a piece, then I'll be paying either long-term or short-term capital gains based on 0 all the way through $1 million with no forgiveness along the way. Whereas had I purchased them at $900,000, that would have been my cost basis. So I could then, when I dispense of them at $1 million, only have $100,000 of capital gains to consider. But when I'm actually staking and receiving tokens on my own, I've got to consider 0 all the way to $1 million for that taxable event.
Yeah, I'm pretty much doing it the same way.
That's cool, because we should have consistency and solidarity within our community. There are some people that have not taken this as their rule, and they're going off and trying to pay the IRS too much. So we'll have to wait and see with anuses puckered how the IRS is going to treat that type of discrepancy between those that want to pay a lot and shut up about it, and those of us that try to play it this way and do not pay too much.
Again, going back to like my original question, I was just kind of, wondering, like, if you were to say that, like, no, by simply being on the blockchain, you haven't proven that you have control over them. If you were to take that position, which I understand now that you're not, but if you were to take that position, I was thinking that the only way that you could prove that you received those assets still with a $0 cost basis was that if you actually added, an address and then moved them to a different address. And then you could say, it's like I moved it. You could see them move from this address to that address at this date, and they still had a $0 value cost basis. But that seems to be completely unnecessary.
Yeah, but that there's a problem there. And again, we're only going to talk about airdrops in this scenario, because in order to qualify for an airdrop, usually it's because It's not a Virgin wallet, right? A Virgin wallet probably not get a legitimate airdrop, but a wallet that you had already had transactions on, right? Or have an asset held on. So really the point is moot, because in order to get these airdrops or forks or copies, you would have to actually have already had that wallet and have proven activity on it. So that further, proves that you had access and opportunity to do whatever you wanted in that wallet.
Okay, I buy that.
And none of this is tax advice. You're encouraged, of course, to run this by a CPA, a tax attorney, and a trust attorney, and make sure that you get the best deal possible. And again, if anybody's listening in, taking notes, I would urge you to look into these three wise men, so to speak, because if you ever were worried that you would have to flee the United States or renounce your citizenship to be able to live on a lower standard of living island, some island nation somewhere, just to get away from those taxes because you want to maintain your wealth, that entire inconvenience and learning of a foreign language, even perhaps, or giving or compromising your ability to get good health care or clean water or good food just to have those zeros in your bank account, or looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life, you're saving yourself effectively 5% tax. If you play things right, 5% tax, for God's sake. Why not live the way that rich people do in the States? Live the way you want, where you want, on your terms. 5% is the effective liability for a deferment that is already like 10 years out in the future. So those of us that are in their 40s or 50s know that that's a long time. And even then, after that, it falls to a family foundational trust where you're only required to give a minimum of 5% of the assets under that trust's control to a legitimate accredited charity. And that's 10 years in 10 years in the future. You start paying 5% per annum. And that's only on the remainder. It's ridiculous how amazing this is. And it's always been that way. It's the loophole that congressmen use, and you're entitled to use it too. It is the law. It's out in the open, and a CPA and a trust attorney will lead you to it.
Yeah, I do things a little bit differently. I have the majority of my assets in a trust which owns like my my self-directed Roth IRA, and I granted I can't touch the assets till I'm 59 and a half, but after that point it's all tax free.
Well, that's cool too. But there was a cap on that. When you were directing assets to it, wasn't there a cap per annum that you could contribute?
It was, but there's not a cap on the rollover.
Yeah, I get it. But we're talking about a windfall that could happen within one calendar year in this game. Like a lot to worry about. I'm not talking about trickling in over a career or rolling things over, which is wise, of course. Back in the day, that was the only thing open to us, right? But nowadays, there's something better, and it's crypto, and you could make a shit ton of money like in about 10 seconds in this game, and you could dispense of the asset, have a whole bunch of stable coins, send them over to your bank, and somehow wire them in. Now you've got something you've got to decide how, in that same calendar year, to direct to a trust to be able to play the game and that's what I've found to be the most effective way, is to have a charitable remainder trust and a family foundational under that to catch the overflow or the remainder portion. And after that, any number of trusts for any number of different things.
I did look into CRTs for a little while, but for various reasons, I don't exactly remember why, but it didn't really seem like it was for me, but I probably just didn't completely understand it how I should have.
Yeah, I was yeah, I felt the exact same way for a while. I said, "Oh, that sounds really spooky. I want my estate or that which is separated from the estate to go to the people I love when I die. And how does this help that situation? Sounds like it's just going to a charity. Ew, yucky." So I said that this is not for me. However, I was enlightened as to what the definition of charity is on the CRT. The definition of a charity is your family foundational trust. So you earmark, let's say, 20% of the total amount at the beginning to be that remainder. And in 10 years, you have the rest of the 80% is dispersed to the trustees, to the beneficiaries of the trust. But when the trust matures at 10 years and goes away, that remainder, that original 20%, falls to your family foundational. Now it's in the family foundational trust, and it slowly has to be, I mean, it can be doled out to you in salary for maintaining the trust as the new trustee named for this family foundational, and or expenses associated with you running the trust, office space, automobile, insurance, maintenance, all sorts of things. And every year, that trust will take an accounting of all of its assets, values of each, minus, of course, all the deductions, which are your salary and every bit of overhead that goes away. The car value can be amortized, all sorts of lovely deductions, and then a tally is made, and whatever that number is of value, 5% of it must go to a charity of your choice. And that happens every year. And you could go long in the tooth to gray in the head and to long in the grave, and probably still never really whittle away with of that value, especially if it's, managed properly. Plus, by the way, the CRT gave you all of that amount as a tax deduction at the beginning anyway. So you got your value coming in, and now you get to fiddle around with it and derive a salary from it on the way out. It's, in one sense, very shocking and appalling, and in another sense, it's very invigorating and freeing when you consider your own, tax structure.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, I gotta say, like, when I was last looking into some of these options, and I came up with the doing it as as I said, a self-directed Roth IRA, a trust that owns the assets of my self-directed Roth IRA. I was not feeling very good about my health, and I'm still not. So I was kind of just like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna be around in 5 years.
Yeah, but you will now. So get your ducks in a row and plan for every year, right? We don't know if tomorrow something's going to happen and the lights are going to go out, but you can plan the structure around any eventuality. And you were talking before about a staking ladder. Staking ladder assumes that you'll be around at least every 6 months in your schedule that you've created, correct?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, as
Yeah.
I said, like yeah, I'm trying to decide. I had decided that I will have one stake on the Ethereum chain, and then the next quarter it'll be on the Pulse chain, and then the next quarter it'll flop back and forth. So every other quarter, one stake will expire or come mature. But
Okay.
I'm starting to think that didn't really make sense because I didn't really want the dollar amount that I'm getting out to be substantially different, based
Right.
on simply the quarter changing.
Right. So
Because
why not just keep your copies then? Do your lay your staking ladder in now, and then just enjoy the copy and kick back. That way you'll get the same amount every quarter on both chains.
yeah, everything that I have is still staked. Well, pretty much. Yeah, everything that I have is staked right now. It's not for another couple weeks that I have to decide on a few million as to what I want to do with it, and then the bulk of it comes due in like either the beginning of end of November, and then I'll have to really be able to finalize and redo my ladder again. So
Right on.
anyway, until November, I'm probably going to be just doing short-term stakes for like a month or so at a time.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't, I'm going back. It's like I don't know why I ever decided that the idea of flip-flopping between chains to have one stake, switching back and forth was ever a good idea. I guess it was just more so just because the size of the stakes would be on average bigger than having the same stake on two different chains duplicated.
Yeah, I gotta jump out for a bit. Yeah, I'll catch back up with you in a bit.
So, yeah,
Yeah, I gotta ask you something there, Papa, before you jump out.
All right.
What how is he talking about being in between the the Ethereum side of your hex stake and the P side of the hex stake where you already could make a decision? You can't do that, yeah, right?
No.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm assuming the chain will be live by November, and at which point I will fully execute the staking ladder. Either the way I was thinking of doing it, half on Ethereum and half on Pulsechain, switching back and forth every other quarter, or as I'm now thinking of doing it, I'll just do them equally on both. But again, yes,
Copy.
you are correct that if Pulsechain has not launched by November, then that's a moot point.
Right. I was trying to figure out how you were actually delegating what you were doing on each side of the stake already without official launch.
Yeah, no, I still have everything. I still have like 100% of my bag staked. I mean, there's a couple that come out on like June 2nd, and then like June 10th, and then the last one is like November something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Papa's a pretty smart guy to listen to, so.
So Papa mentioned on Hex, you guys had to wait a year for it to launch. Was that a year prior to where you could start swapping ETH for Hex? What was that called? I always forget
That
what
was
that's
prior
called.
to the adoption amplifier, yes.
Was that prior to the adoption amplifier?
Yes.
Okay, so once adoption amplifier fired up, that meant it was basically live. You could buy and sell Hex
Yeah.
or stake it or whatever, right? Yeah, that was launch day. Okay, the amplifier launch. So the amplifier launch was basically launch day. Okay. Uh, on the chart that we see. Yeah, okay. And then it dropped in 30 days after that. Okay. Oh yeah, the other question is an Oracle, that's a human, right? Because the first time I heard Oracle was on the Matrix. And it was that black lady. She was the Oracle. Now when we talk about it in crypto, we talk in human entities controlling decisions.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So it could be AI.
Sure. Could just be programs, algorithms. Most likely
Okay.
is.
So it falls into administration keys, like on bridges. You sort of have to have an oracle to watch the uh, the vault of money that's in there that has been swapped inside a bridge. And there isn't a bridge that is ran by an AI, right? It's all going to be kind of watched and rug pulled. That's where a lot of rug pulls come. On bridges. I'm just
I'm
thinking
not
out
really sure exactly why bridges do have the admin keys or what they use them for, but yes, generally correct from what I gather.
but yeah, and none of them have non-admin keys. Remember, Richard was asking, is there a bridge out there that has non-admin keys or something? About 6 months ago.
Right. I don't believe there is, but I'm not sure. Some reason that it is not secure anyways, or battle tested and good enough to be proven secure.
Right, right. It's like, okay, we trust you, Richard. Go ahead. You can run it. Just don't rug pull it. The bridge portion. Yeah, once everything's secure and Pulse starts running and chugging along, there should be a big windfall of investment money coming in. Is what I'm hearing. Everybody's So that'll be nice for all of us.
Definitely. I think it'll be pretty quickly.
Yeah, when you guys were talking about taxes, I didn't have a pen, so I couldn't write it down on the family trust and the double trust he was talking about. So I was gonna record it on my recorder on my phone and just say family trust. Blah, blah. But when I hit recorder, it started recording your guys' conversation, so I happened to catch it all when Papa did that 2.5 minute thorough explanation of a trust and the 10-year and the 5% that has to be donated.
I was really interested in finding out the terminology he used too, but he jumped off before I got to ask him to
Right.
refresh. So that's amazing. I'd love to possibly get that or whatever you're comfortable with sharing, because I want to do that, and I'm finding this prolonged launch phase a perfect opportunity because I didn't get around to doing it prior, man.
Yeah, I'll try to snip it somehow. I don't know how, but I'll try to record it to another phone or something, one of my old phones here, and then turn it up. Because I'm going to eventually play it for my CPA. I'm like, listen to this. This is what I want. This is what I want, dude. And yeah, so when I hit record, it actually started recording, and I happened to catch it in midair. So,
Cool. That's very cool.
okay, who is this? Ludwig? All right,
Yes, sir.
I'll try to remember.
I was going and what's your name? I can't see it on the chat right now.
H-Man.
Hey, man. I was actually
Yeah.
going to ask Papa, like, just to even put it like in a little diagram, like a little tree. You got like 3 or 4, top, bottom, and just 3 names, 4 names. Just have it down on a little sketch that we could use to go, hey, this is what I'm thinking, and bring it to the CPA, because every country is different. But at least if you had that, they'd kind of have some idea of where you're going.
Right, right. At least they have some inclination. Especially when you start talking about the maintenance of the trust. You could write off all your freaking RV and your camper. No, your car, let's just say, and your office, home office, and all that fun
Totally,
stuff.
totally. I mean, it's so legit and it's true. I mean, it is. It's just a different form of business, and if we look at it like that, then hey, let's go.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty complicated because when I was doing research on it, like I just got so much conflicting information that it was like one thing would say one reason as to why like it was the greatest thing in the world, and another thing would say like this is why you absolutely never want to do this.
Right, right. And I got another guy telling me he does a religious trust out of Wyoming or Montana, and you can fill out a tax form, some form to your employer, and that exempts you for some. And it gets complicated, and then he has this religious trust folded in and beyond his. He's one of those guys that tries not to pay taxes and shit. So I don't. I'm like, dude, no, I'm not that. I'm not gonna be doing that crap. But he says it's not in the Constitution that you have to pay income tax, and he goes down that route. And I'm like, whoa, playing with fire. But it sounds legit with the Wyoming or Montana uh, trust laws. So there is a couple avenues you have to research and all this. And hopefully your CPA knows crypto pools.
Yeah, I don't know about that. In where I am, I'm not sure that's going to be the case, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, I have most of my crypto assets in my self-directed Roth IRA, and I'm for the most part happy with that. So I'm not sure that I'll contemplate moving it or not.
From what I gathered before, from speaking to Papa briefly, was I think the starting point is, and I may be wrong here because it was vague to me at the time, that you have to set up a new business account, and you've got to get a company, then your business account that's associated with that company, which can take a while, and then you've got to obviously send funds from the bank, I'm guessing, to your wallet, and then you can move your newly allocated points when they arrive to the wallet that's associated with that company, and then hey presto, you've done it within the zero or US dollar value period, and then it sits in this other area, but all of the trusts and stuff have to be set up outside of that process, which I understood to be the first process, but I haven't got any further. So yeah.
You were chopping up a lot for me there, but I think I got what you said. But yeah.
Sorry, man, I'm driving, and it's kind of one of the only times I get to chat, and it's like a little can be choppy at times. But I'll pop back in a while if it's too bad.
Yes, sent you a DM, so respond, so we're not scammed together.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I'm actually driving right now for the next 25 minutes,
That's
but
fine.
I'll check it when I arrive. And I'm just gonna say, if you want the audio pumped up, I can send it back to you because I'm an audio professional, and I can make, if it's super quiet, I can make it very audible for you bring it to the CPA, so it's not like super quiet or anything like that.
That's fine. We'll talk. Being an audio expert, your mic is very bad. So just
I know. It's my phone, and it's in a hands-off car situation. I'm bad. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, your mic's still on, Ludwig. Okay.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's go over that again. So people know here. So the 48 hours, eventually when it drops, we're going to get points dropped, and we're going to want to move that to a special wallet designated. It doesn't have to be in a trust already or anything, but it's going to be, maybe we make a designated wallet, address, with new seed words and all that fun stuff, and have those points of PulseX or Pulse go directly to that, and then that'll be deemed at basically zero, no value at all. As long as it's moved within that send function, it'll be a send into the wallet, and then earmark that as zero, zero value. I guess that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing anyway, whether I get the trust set up or not. And I've just got a fresh one, that's one of the few,
Okay.
and it's just going to be for PulseX to get it off the Sacrifice wallet, etc.
Sure.
But I suppose, like, if you had the trust stuff set up and all of that, it would be just the same principle, but it would be going to a situation that Spiffy or Papa had mentioned, and I mean, I'm going to definitely look into it. I asked my friend to ask his accountant buddy, and the accountant buddy, which is like a tax or financial advisor, he said, "Oh, it's not a good idea," but I don't know. I just think you need the right terminology and the different situations like Papa was mentioning explained, because I wouldn't be able to explain it properly at the minute.
Well, the trust entity and utilization that he was talking about, mainly a charitable remainder trust, is significantly different from where I'm doing how I'm using my crypto assets in a self-directed Roth IRA. But the self-directed Roth IRA, the assets happen to be owned by a trust.
Oh, okay, so apologies again if my reception is bad. I'm driving. So in the first instance, you have to set up the same trust, and then what happens within the trust is different. Is that right?
To be honest, I don't really have a whole lot of experience with the mechanism or procedures to set up the way that Papa was talking about. I didn't go that route, but the way that I did it was a self-directed Roth IRA.
Okay. Self-direct. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then this other one I was talking about with the religious trust, it's like it's almost like a LLC corporation and a trust together, so it gives you an extra layer of protection. So if you ever get sued, they can they can only go what's in your bank account, and the this other trust they can't touch, kind of thing. So it upsets any people coming after you if you happen to get in a car accident or something. And yeah, so extra layer of protection of your funds. Some of these trusts, I believe, they do that too. So that's what we all need. I'm sure you guys know about corporations and all that stuff. I've always been a sole proprietor, and exposing myself, that pretty much exposes yourself to large liabilities if you ever got in trouble. But I've never really.
I've had my own LLC for a dozen years or so. LLC has nothing to do with asset management or anything like crypto. It's just for running my web hosting business.
And isn't it? It's just another form you got to pay for, a permit per se.
Yep. And it sucks being in California because California has a minimum $800 a year franchise tax board fee. That's why I chose to do my self-directed Roth IRA with a trust entity rather than an LLC entity. Because if I'd done it using another LLC entity, I would have to pay an additional $800 a year just to have it through that.
Yeah, 1,600. Wow. Yeah, it's expensive out there in California. Sounds like, well, like property taxes. New York is, or the East Coast is very expensive too. Property taxes are up like 10,000 a year on little parcels or little house or something. Midwest is like 5,000. But both coasts of the U.S. are very expensive land property taxes.
Yeah, I've never had to worry about that yet, but I'm hoping like within a year I'll be able to to buy a house. But I'm probably going to move up to Oregon.
What, just outside of Cal? Not in Northern
No,
California?
closer to Portland. That's where most of my family is.
Okay, Ludwig, I'm going to try to copy paste some stuff, move stuff around, and send it over to your Telegram DM thing. So give me a few hours. Otherwise, I'll forget.
Thanks, H man. That's much appreciated. I appreciate that.
Yeah, just shoot back to me though in a clip it or something, so we can maybe clip that out. We'll see. Okay,
Sure, we'll
no problem.
we'll do.
Where's Ludwig? He drop out? Must have. I think I did it, Ludwig, if you're listening. Yeah, I may drop that in the chat. It's pretty. I don't know if Papa would be opposed to it. I may not.
Does it have my voice in there too?
I don't think so. As soon as you started talking, I went mute. No.
Okay,
I don't.
because I was going to say, if it had my voice in there, then I want royalties.
I know. Yeah, if it goes viral, I want to be attached to it also, but not like an NFT way. Not in an NFT way. Yeah, with that other guy getting rinsed, he's like, my NFTs got rinsed too, but it's got an address attached to it, so I think I can get them back because
No, that's cool.
I don't think NFTs aren't. If you own an NFT, and if somebody steals it out of your wallet, don't you still own that NFT? See, I don't think you do. I think it
No.
disappears.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the problem. I don't know if you heard the story. Like Seth Green bought a couple Bored Apes, and he had designed some IP around it, and he was going to use it in a movie he was producing, and he got the NFT stolen, and so now he can't use that anymore.
Interesting. So they're not very secure. I mean, as for making income off them, reselling them, yeah, I don't get it. Somebody could hijack it. I'm sure it's written in, though, these contracts.
Yeah, I didn't read the details too carefully about how he got hijacked, but like it said something about him falling victim to some sort of phishing attack.
Yeah, I think it's fine, but I just think they're overpriced. There's a lot of cool digital art out there.
I did a YouTube video a long time ago where I had said, like, I really don't really understand NFTs. I do think that they are a great way to support content creators that you happen to really like, and just if you want to give them a few bucks, then hey, sure, buy their NFT, and I think that's fine. But like as a speculative asset that like you're going to invest something in and hope that it goes up, I just think is stupid.
Right. And then the people creating the NFTs, hopefully they're paying their taxes. They get a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there to support them. They're not. I mean, it's such a hassle. Let's say somebody gives you $5. I mean, you're supposed to give $1 of that set aside for capital gains. It's like it gets to be a big spaghetti mess. That's why I don't offer as much information to to your tax guy. Let them come to you, but then you get in trouble if you do all that if they actually come to you. But make them do the work, basically, with with how gray the laws are. So a lot of people jump in, like Papa was saying, grabbing their money in their shoe, behind their ear, and their belly button, and then giving all that, reporting all that when the entity already said, no, we have enough. We don't need any more. But people are still offering. So I'm saying don't offer so much. Don't do their legwork. Don't rack your brain too much. It's like, geez, we're not here that long. Let them do their job. And but be try to be honest and morally correct and all that fun stuff. But yeah.
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 Last year was the first year in several that I actually had to pay several $1,000s, and I think it's going to be a lot worse this next year because I've had to start selling a lot of crypto.
Yeah, that's a nice kind of a nice problem to have, because I was willing about 5 years ago. I'm like, if I could trade stocks and I made $300,000 sitting, I would gladly pay him 100 grand just to keep that 200,000, because I'm so smart and I know how to trade stocks, no problem. But no, that did not work out, and I wasn't fortunate enough to pay them 100,000 to keep 200,000. It all went sideways for about, yeah, back to the hourly job. But now, if we hit it big in crypto, you got a little time to sit and do these trusts and try to keep or clutch onto that as much as you can. Try not to that give that money away to the government.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like earlier last year, or within the last year, a lot of people talking about the whole idea of like just moving them to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I know you cut it out. But yeah, the Puerto Rico, move away, all the tax havens, when you can actually stay where you're at if you do it right and be secure. But your mic's, if you want to finish, I think your mic was cutting out.
I mean, you pretty much got what I was saying. But yeah, I mean, it was like about a year ago that there was a lot of talk about it.
Yeah, I'd like to visit. Wouldn't want to live there. I think I'd start getting claustrophobic on an island. Like, oh my God, I can't leave. When you're used to living in a big country.
Yeah, one of the things somebody has an open mic. What I was going to say is, like, one of the things that Richard was recently talking about is the idea of just like, purchasing an island and then creating your own country essentially. But I've always wondered and thought that that's probably a lot harder than it is in you know than it sounds. Um, that you're probably not going to find too many countries that own islands that are willing to sell them or willing to relinquish control to you.
Yeah, or partition part of their land off and sell it to you when they can just come back and take it again. But yeah, that's
I think it's more the latter part. I think you could probably find countries that would sell the islands to you, but they would say, like, okay, no, you're still a territory of our country. You live under our jurisdiction and our laws.
yeah, yeah. You'd have to have your own court system, jurisdictions, laws. Yeah, that gets a little complicated there, Richard. But he's talking about money haven, some kind of a money haven kind of a country or something. I don't know.
That said, I'm not saying that I hope he doesn't do it. I mean, I certainly hope that he can do it, that it does happen. I mean, it would be amazingly interesting to me, but like, I don't know. I don't know that I would ever necessarily want to just give up my U.S. citizenship. Not that I think the U.S. is the greatest in the world, but like, yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking that I might go back to Korea and reclaim my Korean citizenship.
Dual citizenship is a excellent idea in today's world, and so I would not consider that.
I agree in some regards, but like, even if I were to gain a Korean citizenship, I would still be taxed as fall under IRS tax rules.
Yeah, I think everybody's would like to figure out how to escape that situation, but you know, the one thing I You know, I can tell you is that the IRS is not a United States owned corporation.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that matters as well, but there's also reasons why I wouldn't want to be a Korean citizen as well, because Korea has some very odd laws where they consider you like, liable for crimes no matter where you are. If I mean if you go to the United States and smoke marijuana and then come back to Korea, you can definitely be thrown in jail. If you go to, Las Vegas and start gambling and which is illegal for Korean citizens, you can be thrown in jail.
I wouldn't say that, Korea would be the place that I would want to get my second citizenship. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's just that it's the only place that I have available to me that I can do for free. Essentially for free. I just have to go there and fill out the paperwork.
I gave out a few ideas about some people that are worth looking into earlier. Like I said, Greg Manarino, KC Research. I don't know if you guys look into Rich Dad Poor Dad much, but he's pretty good. And I mean, these guys are all talking about dual citizenship, in today's world, and thinking that it is not only, a good idea, but probably the better idea. Doug Casey has got a pretty good format of how to do that. And if you go to his website, Doug Casey International Man, you can get pretty much all the info on that, on what it looks like to do that, and to not only do that, but to move your assets around to protect yourself. I don't know if any of you guys are looking at what the elite Davos are really up to today. But it's I would just say do your research on it.
But today or in the last 6 months?
Well, we could say in the last 6 months, but
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it is.
So you're going down the Devos, yeah, the alert.
No, I'm not going down a rabbit's hole. You mean?
No, not really.
No, it's
But
in
yeah,
the. No,
that's
it's what they just did in the economic forum in Switzerland.
right. But that's all public, and you know what they say in public isn't really what's happening. But yeah, I understand.
Well, yeah, I think what you're I mean I follow what you're saying, but when you're picking it up from uh people that you sort of get private information from, you get a little
Yeah,
bit of different story.
yeah, right in the back rooms. Okay.
Right, right. So, and I'm not going to get into that because this isn't the forum for it, but I just think that we were talking about dual citizenship and I brought up Doug Casey because
Sure.
he he brought up some excellent ideas on how to set yourself up and the correct ways to do it.
Okay. Is he selling anything, or is it pretty much informational?
It's informational to an extent. I mean, of course, they are selling ideas and whatnot, right?
Sure.
And I mean, they all are. It sucks for that matter. Um,
Yeah, it's good to know. Dual citizenship sounds good for traveling about, and you might have a second option when you're crossing borders or something. I'm not really sure, but I'll look into it. It's probably good for traveling, especially with the health restrictions and all that fun stuff going on. I'd just say go 100 miles offshore, and you're in maritime law, but then you're and pirates can attack you and shit. So it's crazy. Yeah, but then who wants to be out floating around? That's not much fun unless you're going somewhere, right? So I had Matcha XYZ limit orders work for me. That was nice. First time I used them. Got in at 6.9 and then 6.2 for the elusive hex coin.
Sweet.
And I'm waiting for True Coin to drop some TUSD. It's been over 36 hours now. I'm waiting for like $900 or something. Anyway, I'd like to buy one more last buy and then hopefully stake it. But I don't like the ETH fees, so I might wait, keep it liquid, and be running a race with one leg tied behind my back, Papa says, keeping that hex liquid. Or stake it. Did you play that, Ludwig? Did you play that thing yet?
I've just landed at my workplace, man. Literally just in the door. So I'll have a look there in the next 10 minutes.
It should work out. Okay. You're welcome.
Thanks again, man.
Come on, guys. We need more people in here. I'm done. I just can't sleep, so I'm up. I see there's a crypto drone needs to come in. Flighty guy just got muted. Wants to come back in. Viking and Beaver. We see you guys.
Hey, Flighty guy, got a question or want to share something?
Yeah, I was my iPad jumped out on me when we were in the middle of a conversation, and so I got muted out. That's all. I think we were talking about at the time Marikatusha, the book that he wrote, Rise of America. And
Sorry, I wasn't in for that conversation, so I can't answer that. Maybe someone else. I'm gonna unmute the other two real quick, see if they have something.
Is this Elmire?
No, it's not Elmire.
It sounds like
Crypto Entrepreneur, do you have a question or do you want to share something?
Yeah.
Apparently not. No, Elmire doesn't seem to be in, so I don't know what. Sorry, I don't know what you were talking about earlier. Okay, one more time, Crypto. You have to unmute your mic. You're muted if you want to talk.
Oh, Fly Tech guy?
Guys,
oh, now he got it. Okay, now he got it.
Guys, you know, I'd really appreciate it. There's a lot of beautiful minds in here, and a lot of them have their hands up. They could be new. They could be day one Pulserators. I'd really appreciate it if we share the mic. I don't know if anybody was in the conversation 5 hours ago or 8 hours ago, but it was very beautiful and genuine and brilliant. And each and every one of you in here are. But everyone deserves to speak their piece.
JB, you got something to share?
Yeah, I've got a question on Matcha XYZ. Now, if I set a limit order, is there any way also to set a limit on?
Hey, your mic is so soft we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Hello?
I can hear him fine. Just don't talk over him, please. Continue. Matcha.xyz. What's your question for it?
So the question is there any way to set a limit on the fees? Because obviously, I mean, if I set a limit order, then it'll execute, I don't know, at some time. But then I won't know what fees are going to be charged. Could I set something there, or does it charge whatever fees are applicable at that time?
The fees are going to be taken by the guy who will execute your order. You don't incur any fees if you set a limit order. The other one has to pay it because he is taking your offer.
Oh, right. Okay. That's good. Okay, so I just had the limit order. So okay, that's a good thing to hear. That's good to know that. Okay, yeah. Because I think here it actually said estimate fees is free, so that's probably what it means then, that the seller will take over the order. Okay, good. Okay, thanks, sir. Thank you. That's fine. Cheers.
Yeah, but it does take a little bit of ETH for some reason. I just did it, and I had it. I don't know if ETH was going down, maybe. That's why my balance went down, because I had $100.
Doesn't take any ETH.
Okay.
You just set your limit order and that's it. There is nothing else taken.
Oh, good.
Crypto, do you change your name every day?
Nah, this is gonna be my name moving forward. But I hear a lot of guys contemplating on 5 cents, 6 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents, and they're just not factoring in the long haul and the time. They haven't evaluated history on big blue chips, if you will. 5 cents. I'm so eager to jump in as soon as I get my crap in order. Like, this is a blessing in disguise. You know, this thing ain't sitting at $1. This thing ain't sitting at $5. You know, $10. This thing is sitting at a good tree point, a good ROI, a good, like, we're on the cusp of this thing taking off. Like right now, you get in, you
I'm
virtually you
sorry.
can't.
Please, you sound a little bit intoxicated or sleepy. I don't know. If you don't ramble without any topic, any clear direction, we don't want this in the chat here.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Otherwise, I'm gonna mute you.
Hey man, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't, because I have a lot of questions that can help out new timers into the space. They're not well versed in it as you.
We've been listening to you, Crypto, for the last few days. Just give someone else some time, please.
No, I'm gonna mute him. I don't want to deal with that.
I have a mention. I don't have that much more finances to buy in at the 5 cents that we're at right now, and I felt like I was a little bit regretful that I bought in. I bought in at about 13.7, and then now we're down to 5. But you know what? If I wouldn't have bought in at 13.7, I would have lost so much of my all my other coins. Cause man, my other coins took a dump, and I was had the wherewithal thought to buy in a Hex when I did. So I'm pretty happy I did what I did, even though Hex is down to a third of what I bought in. That's okay, or less. More than half, I should say, more than half what I bought in. But that's okay. I don't mind that because I'm glad I got in when I did, and I might buy a little bit more here next payday. But these ETH feeds are killer.
You go, girl. No, way to go.
Tell you guys that guy that was on last night, John S, the TA guy who's looking at Hex. Man, that was a riveting conversation. I think I fell asleep to it. I couldn't shut the goddamn thing off. I'd love to hear that guy in here more often, man. Really
Yeah,
powerful.
John's a pretty knowledgeable guy. He's kind of like a day trader, sort of. I caught part of that last night. It was very interesting, and we've heard John on here before, and sometimes people bag on John about kind of like being a day trader type. Although he says he doesn't plan on day trading that. That's not the style what he plans on doing, but he's given some good insight and pretty spot on about the possibilities of where Hex price is going to go temporarily. But yeah, it was riveting last night. I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Did we spike down last night like in the fours? My charts don't show it, but my limit order, which I had for a while, but it was filled last night in the fours. Was that true?
I'm not sure where you're checking, but I know my there's a wick went down to the fours. I don't know.
Okay, what's a card then? I'm surprised.
Yeah, it had touched temporarily, from what it seems.
Good for you, Barnett.
Well, that was I never expected it. I did it as a lark. I was woke up and I said, "What the heck happened?"
I'm about ready to sell my Corvette. That's what I'm about ready to do.
Yeah, you can always buy it back.
I could buy 3 or 4 more easily this time next year.
Can somebody help me out on elaborating on? I think one of the general thrusts that I was able to get from John's analysis last night, volume seemed like it was so important to him. Specifically, the volume at which the bag holders bought, which I think he said was like an inch or 1.5 cents and 5 cents or something like that. That the vast majority of hex was bought at those price points. And then he was also mentioning how, so he said that that was like a huge indicator for him as to where people bought and where their I guess price marks or price points were at, and how that might play into what they were going to do. The second one was about when he was talking about waiting to get in, waiting to actually buy Hex. His main determination for that was volume. Once he saw the volume in Hex, 25,000 or what people or whatever transactions. I'm not sure what his rule was there, but once he saw the volume, he was going to go in. And he seemed to frame it as though he didn't care if he was going in at 5 cents or 8 cents. Didn't make any difference to him. What mattered to him was that he was going in when the volume was there. I don't know enough about this shit. Can somebody just elaborate a little bit on that and maybe clear up some things?
Yeah, he said volume of 50 million with the green candle close. He'll go in and it should shoot up to 16, but we'll see. I don't think it's gonna go. It's gonna double.
Yeah, well, part of it is that as people are selling, there's such a slow amount of liquidity that as people are end staking or selling, it's taking a violent dip, and it's still going to continue to do so. So until there's enough volume going the other way, even if the price is going up, because it will go up if there's a lot more buying, that's a potentially a better time to get it rather than buying it now and then letting it dip to 3 cents and then waiting later on. But one of the better strategies probably is dollar cost average rather than trying to find the top or the bottom. Overall, that's just a different strategy. That way you're buying at 6, you're buying at 2, you're buying at 8, and you're buying at an average that's a lot better. If you really believe in the project long term, you're constantly buying whenever you can, rather than trying to quote unquote wait for the violent dip or enough volume and buy it at a higher price. So I'm not saying his analogy or his thoughts are wrong. They're not. There's just a different strategy.
Yeah, his strategy. He's been very patient. He's been watching it go down. He's trusting his TA, and he has just been watching it. And a lot of people cannot separate the emotion. Seems like he can, because it's hard not to chase it once it turns.
Yeah, I think one of the ways. Yeah, no, you're right. One of the ways too is you do your limit orders. Probably the best way if you have the liquid funds to do so. Get some limit orders in. That way, you're not watching the volatility. You're just getting hit or getting purchased by buying your coins based on what limit orders you have. So you have a limit order of 3, you have a limit order of 4. If it never gets there, you never buy it. But if it gets there, you get the opportunity to buy even cheaper. That's probably one of the better strategies.
Yeah, but let's say you only have one buy. You got $500. Set your limit order down. And you're gonna buy. You want your hex, and it just doesn't hit your limit order. So you start thinking, "Oh my God, I should have just bought." And then it starts running up. So just do a market order. Boom. And then it drops down.
You're right, 100% right.
It'll drop down and go up. So it's so emotional. And
yeah, you're right. If you look at it long term and you have $500, $1,000, or not a ton of dough in there, then yeah, just buy it and then let it ride and forget about it, which is the hardest thing to do. So that even if you bought it at 5 and it goes down to 3 or never gets there, you got it. It's in your wallet. You got a really good price for it's been, and then you just let it ride for the next 6 months, a year, 2 years, and you'll definitely or have a higher opportunity of gaining a lot more. But you're already in the game. To your point, you're not holding back, saying, "Oh, I could have got it at 4," and never get there.
Have any of you guys ever seen the technical analysis of HEX with waters above? Nobody?
With who?
Waters above. He's got a
Oh,
YouTube channel, and he's not in any way, shape, or form involved with HEX or any of of this. He does technical analysis of charts, and he's got a pretty amazing dynamics of the way that he analyzes charts. And so I was just wondering if you ever listen to what he's talking about with HEX right now.
You want to give us a quick synopsis of what he's saying?
That it would be really difficult to give a quick synopsis, but what I could do is tell you where you could check that out, and that would be on Crypto Coffee. Okay.
Thank you.
And yeah, because I just don't feel like I could, do it well.
Do it justice. No,
Yeah,
thank, appreciate that.
But the guy did an excellent synopsis of what we should be looking at, and he's by no means given financial advice, and neither am I. I just um, been in the space, and looking to what he had to say, I thought, we need all the advice we can get when we're trying to put things together. And when we find somebody that actually understands and does charts, and that's what they do, then that's kind of cool, because I do it
What was
stuff.
his prediction?
Well, it wasn't necessarily negative, but the thing is that he's like I said, he's not a Hexican, and he doesn't know a whole lot um, about it. He just knows how to read charts, and he knows how to look at the way that charts move and how they move, and systematically of what they do. And
What
I appreciated his outlook on the way he analyzed charts, because I've seen it over and over and over in other charts. So it was good.
what was his prediction on where Hex would go to?
Well, it sounded to me like we were going to get there was going to be a pump, and then there was going to be a dump. Um, Not because of HEX, but it was because of the economy, and so he's looking at all things considered, not cryptos in general. You understand what I'm saying? It's not one-sided. And so it looked like we had some room. I would suggest listening to it to yourself and take what you want for it, and that would be on Crypto Coffee. That's where I heard it, and instead of me putting something out there, I think that's fair.
And it's good to be listening to a lot of different opinions. I think one of the challenges that I see, which is I understand from like last night and the night before, is that some people come on here and they have, a certain voice or a certain gravitas, which is not a bad thing. But then, you got noobs that what we forget to make sure that we're always discussing our own analysis or own opinion, is that we preface it and end it with, this is just an opinion. This is not financial advice. It's just an opinion. Because some people can come on here and they come on here a little too, I want to say aggressive, but not in a bad way. Aggressive as far as they think they know, they convince it. It's very convincing, and anybody else gives a different opinion, it's knocked down to a point that it seems that these folks know what they're doing, and they don't. We're all just giving our opinion, and I think that's the reason why we shut the people down, because this is the Pulsechain, not the John or Bobby or Cindy show, and people like to hear their own voice, and they give their opinion, and they ramble on for hours and weeks and days, and we just got to make sure we give our opinion, we provide information, we give as accurate information as we can, we let everybody else give their opinion and questions to make it more effective for everyone. That's my point.
Yeah, I like that. And I mean, Crypto Coffee is he's a Hexagon, true to the bone. So
yeah, I like his channel. He's got some really good content.
Yeah.
But he follows that rule. He says, this is just advice. This is what I'm thinking. This is my opinion. And I think we forget sometimes, we get carried away in these chats, and people, start panicking or start getting excited. And again, it's everybody's got free will. They can do what they want, but it's just to make this chat a lot more effective. We need to make sure that we allow people to, give many different opinions and ask many different questions overall.
Yeah, I agree. And so anyway, he brought on a guy called Waters Above, and I don't think he has anything to do with Hex whatsoever or any of it. You know what I mean? So he's a non-biased guy, and he stated that throughout the entire conversation. He was just a chart reader, and so if you're interested, it's worth a look. See, if not, don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's so many different X factors. One thing we have that's kind of bullish to ours is we have Richard, and even though it's one person, he has a lot of power. What he can do to make some things, things as simple as ending stakes to, not him, but the OA, or ending stakes to reward the stakers, putting in liquidity to help pump up the prices. There's a lot of things that gameplay that he can do that no chart guy or no opinion on how the market goes can actually do it. I really believe that the chain is almost ready to go. I think there's still some bugs, and the bugs that could have been done after launch, but it's better they're doing them now so that they fix it. But I think that there's always strategy to everything. There's a reason why his Hex pumps so much. There's a reason why Pulsechain is getting the attention that is going, and PulseX is a completely different ability to gain based on the strategy that he's doing. So I think over the long term, the more you understand Richard and listen to him, the more that he's really focusing on the gameplay part of it, and making sure that those that stick around for the long term are the ones who are going to get the reward the most.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that was one of the things that was stated. This is, a lot of this is going to be a shaking out, and of those that aren't true Hexicans and or believers and in the project, and it's also the wild cards are, like you said, it's Pulsechain and PulseX, and those weren't brought into the play. This was just a technical analysis of Hex, period.
Yeah, and then you got also a lot of people that are that are doing what we're doing two years ago, and bought it at a very low price and are taking the profit, rightfully so. They're not leaving the project; they're just taking the profits. They're taking 25%, 10%, 30%. They're making their life-changing gains. They're still involved in the project, but because the liquidity is so low, they're saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and take my profit, make sure I got that locked in, take care of my family, and then ride the project for the rest of it, which is not a bad thing to do.
No, it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
Yep, agree. And again, the last thing I'll say before I finish up is my thing is that, also any little dips that you do buy, whether it be at 5 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents, keep in mind that you're gonna get that duplicated. So that's that extra little kind of like a free, not free bonus, but it is a free bonus that you're buying 1,000 hex, or you're gonna get 1,000 copied over. And so any little thing that you buy, at whatever price you buy, you're getting that secondary copy coming over. And if you believe in the Pulsechain, that's going to be worth, eventually, hopefully, parity at some stage. So that's additional, tokens that that's kind of like buy now, pay later kind of thing. You're getting it now, and you're getting rewarded later for those.
That's one thing I wasn't quite understanding on. Maybe you could help me out on that. Is that so? Like, let's say we bought in today at 6, right? So we get parity at 6. And what if we bought in, 5 months ago and it was 31? Are you getting parity at 31?
No, what you're doing is you're getting the duplicate coins at whatever price. So you have an average price of what you bought. So for example, let's say your average price is 15. You bought 1,000 total tokens. You're gonna get 1,000 tokens at 0 value on the Pulse side. And once Pulse goes live, it'll have its own point. And I referred a while back to having like you've been dating a young lady for years. You know about her, you know her value, you know what where she's expensive, you know where she's good price, where she's good value, and all of a sudden you find out she has a twin sister. So you're not gonna, the complete twin sister. It's a whole different person, but it looks exactly the same. But she's gonna have a little different character, right? You got to get to know her. So it is a whole different coin, even though they look exactly the same. It's got the same protocol, same contract. It is a twin sister. So while one likes purses, the other one likes movies and frozen pizza, and it's like different values. So even though they act the same, there's no guarantee of parity. There probably will never be parity because it is a different coin. But eventually there'll be some similarity to it, overall. And that's the best way to look at it, is that you all of a sudden you're getting a sister that with the same exact number of coins. You just don't have no value until you find out and interact with her on what it is. And you can find out that the new sister's got more value later on, and you end up dumping the other one. Or you end up keeping both of them and having a great time, having two twin great sisters that are eventually great. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. What about the people that bought in at like 56 cents? That we boarded on, and and now we're sitting at 6, right? Are their coins worth 56 cents on the parity side?
Nope, they're worth 0. Remember, like I said, if you buy 1,000 at 56,
no, I know.
1,000,
You're right. Yeah.
They're worth 0. So when it launches, they're worth 0, but they got 1,000 extra coins, and then it may go to half a cent. It may go to a penny, whatever it may be. So you're just getting additional coins at 0 value. So whether you bought it right now at 6 cents or at 56 cents, those same tokens are just being copied over at 0 value.
But on their ETH side, they're still worth 6 cents.
Yeah, exactly. On the ETH side, they're worth wherever they're worth, and then the Hex side, they're worth. Sorry, the Pulse side, they're worth 0, and then they'll find whatever value they find as you get to know the sister.
Yeah, I got you. That makes a lot of sense. So. But I like the twin sister thing. I wish I could get a couple.
Well, you don't want a couple. You just want one that has a twin sister.
That's
but
right.
But you may find out that you like the second twin sister better, and then you have to do something with the other twin sister. You gotta sell your EHEX side and move it over and bridge it over to the Pulse side, right? Because you like some parts of it. She's a little expensive. Every time you go to dinner, she takes 3 drinks. That's $30. You're like, damn. Every time you go to dinner, 3 drinks. Where the other one likes to have water for dinner. So because the fees are lower. So it's like, oh, okay, we have a nice dinner, but it cost me $30 in drinks. It cost me $1 in drinks because she likes a bottle of water.
Yeah.
It's
I'm glad I got this. I got the same one for 40 years here coming up. So.
Right.
She was a good keeper.
Yeah, you staked her 5 5 5 5 5 5 5.
I did. You're right.
That's awesome.
Yep, I'll let her know that.
Tell her she's fully staked.
Yeah, she's fully staked. She's I'm trying to you know, bring her into this world, and it's, you know, she just doesn't want to go there. It's like too much. And you know, understandably, you know, for a lot of people it is, and that's why there's only 99.999% that aren't in this, and the few that are.
Yeah, my ex is very conservative. We were married for a long time, but she's very conservative, and she doesn't like, you know, she's kind of money in the mattress kind of thing. Doesn't want to, you know,
Yep.
likes to save, which is great. But I wanted to get my daughter involved in some crypto. She's in, you know, college freshman, so I wanted her to dip her toes in about a year ago. So I ended up, you know, she had money saved up from you know, she's also very like likes to save, but she's making, you know, 0.02% on her money in the bank, and it's just sitting there. And
Yeah.
so I told her to go into a stable coin. Luckily, it wasn't Terra. Into a stable coin that offered interest
Yeah. Okay.
on an exchange, because I know she wanted her wallets and all that. Just because my ex would be okay with that. I think she gets like 5 or 6% interest. So she's making like $1.50 a day, and she's like, "Oh wow, I'm making good money." At the end of the year, I make $700 for the year for money that's just sitting there that I'm not touching. And it got my ex comfortable with doing that. It's been a year now. She's seeing the money going in. Luckily, it's still a good protocol. I'm not going to name the coin, but it's a stable coin
Fine.
that gives
Yeah.
interest. And then my son, did completely different. He's like me, so he's got his own little wallet. He's got money that he put in for Hex, and he bought he staked and for a little bit, and he also did a partial, not Pulse, but he did PulseX. Um, um,
Nice.
um, thing. So he's got a little bit, not a lot, but he's like holding it. And he's a 16-year-old kid, so he's just like, I
Yeah.
want money to know. Of course, yesterday he was like, "Dad, we're losing it all." I was like, "Buddy, you're good. You're good. Just hold it for long term. When you turn 25, look at what you have in there. If you have zero, you just do your thing. If you have a lot in there, God bless you."
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what we do. We
That'd
have to
be
onboard
good.
the people that we know and talk to them and let them make the decision if they want to get in or not.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. And I'll take the God bless you for your son.
Thank you. But even in the old school finance, right? Buffett always says, it's when there's blood on the street, it's the best time to buy. So,
Well,
I
that's
think in
right now.
crypto
I mean,
it's
it's
gonna
not.
remain
I don't
different.
even think we hit blood in the streets yet, boys.
Yeah, we just got a little sliver of blood coming out. The vein hasn't
Right.
popped yet.
And this is a good place to keep, DCA, and this is excellent opportunity for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Well, you guys waited a while to get here. What are you waiting for? Looks like you all fell asleep, so.
Hi guys, thanks for unmuting. Quick question. Forgive me if I'm out of breath, I'm on a walk. I absolutely understand that it's taboo not to use a phone, not to use your phone for crypto. So I've done what everybody else should have done, and I've got a hardware wallet where all my assets are going to go. Now that's in a secure location, and it, like everybody else, it can be a bit of a pain to get it out, log in, and do the transactions. So what I was thinking of doing was having a dedicated phone solely for the purpose of having MetaMask on and having an account, a trading account where I put a certain amount of Pulse, a certain amount of PulseX into this account just for trading purposes. If that phone is solely used for the purpose of trading and only, surely that significantly reduces the chance of getting rinsed with that phone. Anyone offers any advice on that? Thank you.
It's gonna reduce it, but it's still gonna be shitty if you lose all your trading stuff. So Papa's gonna hate me for saying this. You can do that, but it's not as secure. And he would say, no, don't do that either. There is a trade-off of
sorry.
Let me finish. There is a trade-off between usability, convenience, and security that you take. But the problem with phones is that you're constantly updating the what's it called? The firmware, the OS, and there might be zero-day attacks where you just get rinsed at some point. And you have to have your seed phrase in the phone. So if you really decide to do that, you should do it with a completely different seed word, not with your vault wallet, and then have a separate wallet only for trading, where you maybe put like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3% of your funds that you tend to trade with or pay something with, but you shouldn't have your seed, your vault wallet seed on your phone. Never ever.
No,
because you don't want to take the risk.
It's going to be a dedicated account, and exactly that. Very small amounts, which will be used for the purpose of just playing away with trading without having to go through the rigmarole of getting the hardware wallet out. And I understand the trade-offs, but it will be dedicated solely for the purpose of a quick trading I'm also glad Papa's not in the room because I was expecting him to tear me a new asshole if I even suggested that, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so the security is only store things on a hardware wallet, have a dedicated laptop or PC and do your trading on that. And then the less secure option is to have a phone, because it's just there is so many more attack vectors, because there is Wi-Fi, there is your OS, it's constantly updated, there is less security for it, and so on. Basically, it's the worst thing you can do crypto on. That's not recommended, but you can do it if you are aware of the risk and you're fine with it, just for the sake of convenience. But I don't recommend it.
Yeah, thanks, Daspo.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hello, hi guys. I have a question too. Can you help?
We don't know. Ask it, and we shall find out.
Okay. So, I want to once Pulsechain launches, I want to be a part of it, and I'm right now considering putting USDC in my MetaMask on the Ethereum mainnet. And once Pulsechain launches, I'm aware that you can bridge the USDC over to swap it over to Pulsechain, and it will give you full dollar value. There will be no, it has its full dollar value. My concern is that, say in 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, I want to sell my Pulse and swap it back for USDC. Is that PUSDC? Obviously, it will need to be bridged back to Ethereum, or I mean, what's the off ramp? That's the question. How do you get, once you're in? I know how to get in, but is getting out exactly the same?
Yes, and there will be, over time, there will be hopefully more off-ramps than just the bridges. So I know that Richard Hart said there will already be, on launch, one exchange showed interest. One normal centralized exchange showed interest, and they were looking into Pulsechain, how the validators work, how to connect to it with the IPC settings and everything. So it sounds like they want to offer the coin on their own exchange. So this would be an off-ramp, an additional one. And then as you were coming onto Pulsechain with the bridged USDC, in, let's say, 2 years, you decide to sell your Pulse, you would go the same way back by somebody else who bridged in USDC and wants to trade for Pulse at this point in time. The same way you wanted to get it, somebody else wants it, and then you buy the whatever EUSDC is available on the market. Then you go with that EUSDC to the bridge, go back through the bridge to Ethereum, unlock it on the Ethereum side, and then you have your Ethereum, your USDC on Ethereum.
And it will be, that USDC on Ethereum will be unwrapped, unbridged, right? So it won't be PUSDC, will it?
No, it won't. So you have to buy the right ticker. If you lock Ethereum or USDC on Ethereum, go through the bridge, you will get a new token released, which is called EUSDC or EETH. And those are just representations of the fact that you locked something in the bridge. Now, because the worth of that USDC can be bridged back, and you get that amount back, the original token, the new token, the EUSDC, is essentially worth the same value in terms of dollars.
Right, okay.
So you trade for that, and somebody else will trade out, and the same way you can trade out as well, get that representative token, and then go back through the bridge to get the original token back.
Right, okay. And all of this needs to be done, this bridging and from between Ethereum and Pulsechain through Pulseramp, right? That's the correct platform.
Yes, that's one of them. There will be multiple, but this is the one that the Pulse devs are building, from what I understand. The same devs that build Pulsechain also build Pulseramp, from what I understand. So Richard Hart product.
Okay, that was a big concern. Getting in seems easy. Just need to know that there's a way out at some point. I mean, even yesterday I was
And there's also always OTC, right? You sell to someone who is offering, but then you have to make sure that it's secure yourself.
Exactly, you have to get lawyers involved. Right. Okay. So yesterday I was talking to somebody and they were saying that PUSDC is not going to be supported. It's not supported by at the moment. It's not supported by the foundation that runs it.
Yeah, they have a rule in their user, I don't know what's called, agreement or whatever, that if there is a fork of the network, they decide which one they will honor, and they obviously don't want to just randomly duplicate money and then be liable to have to give money to people that own the forked version. Yeah. So their blanket status is anything that's forked is not redeemable, and it's not real money. So you will get a copy nonetheless, because that's just the underlying technical nature of how fork works. But what you cannot do is you cannot go back to Circle or back to the DAI Foundation or whatever and tell them, look, I have this copied version. I want my $1 for it. And they're going to say, no, it's not the real version. That's it.
Right. So, I mean, under those circumstances, say they don't, say this foundation that runs USDC just does not play ball, there will be other points of exit, won't there? Like, I mean, Ethereum, if we sent back, if the transfer, the off-ramp was through Ether, right?
Oh, no, they cannot stop the bridging. That they don't have any say in that. If you bridge USDC, it's a completely different token, and the USDC, the original, stays on the Ethereum network. It's not going anywhere. It's just locked, and then you get a different representation of that locked state on Pulse.
Right. But
it's not really bringing over the actual token over, because the networks are distinct from each other. They cannot interact with each other. Therefore, we have to have the bridge to make this work.
But this bridge ensures that it holds its fiat money value, dollar value, right?
That's not how it works. The dollar money value is insured by Circle. It's not insured by the bridge. The bridge is only interacting between. It's like an escrow service, basically.
Yeah, I understand.
If that makes you understand it better. So it ensures that you can have a representation of something on two different chains and go back and forth with the value of that token.
I get that. So what I'm saying is, if USDC, if PUSDC, once I've say I want to exit and I've bridged my, I've sold my Pulse for PUSDC on my Pulse chain.
Okay, wait. In terms of nomenclature, the PUSDC, there is USDC on Pulse.
Yeah.
And technically PUSDC would be the USDC on Pulse bridged over to the Ethereum, and the PUSD would exist on the Ethereum network. But some people also say that PUSDC is the USDC that natively exists on Pulsechain. But PUSDC is not what you bridged in, because I think you're mixing up your terms here. So what do you want to say exactly? Which token are you talking about? because the bridged in token would be EUSDC.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Okay, sorry. So now it's okay. I get it. So the bridge token is EUSDC. So EUSDC is going to sit on the Pulse chain, right? And I can use
Yes,
that.
yes, that's yeah.
So I can use that EUSDC to buy Pulse, right?
Yes, but you still have to find somebody who would sell it. You need a pool where USDC is set up against
Okay, all right. So
Pulse and so on. So you need a trading partner.
Okay, so in your opinion, what is the best way to on ramp and off ramp where I don't lose real money value? Are you saying it's Ethereum, Ether?
I would go with the largest pools and what people want, and that would be Ethereum and USDC. Yes.
Okay, but
But
right now,
I don't know how it's gonna work out. So I'm just making a guess.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I'm playing for USDC is because it's a stable coin, right? It's not Ethereum is volatile, right? Very volatile. That's my only concern is.
Yes, yes. So if you want the stability, then USDC bridged over makes the most sense because you know what the pack is at all times.
Right, and then I can bridge those USDC back to Ethereum and redeem it for fiat money, right?
Yes. Mind you, though, there is for transactions in the bridge. I think there is a 0.5 or 1% fee or something. So you have to calculate that in as well.
So once this USDC is bridged back, so I'm ready. Say for example, I'm ready to leave the party, and I want my money. I've sold my PLS for EUSDC, and now I want to send that EUSDC back to Ethereum, right?
Yes. So then you take your EUSDC, you connect to the bridge with your wallet, and then you tell your bridge, hey, I have this many EUSDC. I want to unlock the EUSDC into the Ethereum network. Please give me my USDC on the Ethereum network. And then the bridge contract will double check. It will receive your EUSDC from you. And then it will release the normal USDC on the Ethereum network into your wallet.
Got it. Okay. This thing's been giving me nightmares. Thanks for clearing that up. And all of this can be done on Pulse Ramp, right?
Yes.
Excellent. My friend, Dalfram, you're very helpful. Thanks so much. I'm going to let you carry on with other people who need help. Thanks so much.
Okay, I have a question. So, what are the chances that these bridges and these networks are going to be so jammed up that we're not going to be able to use them?
Well, there is the jamming up only is affected by the network. If the network is used, then it's just more expensive to transact, but there is no limit on how much you can transfer. Like you can do million, you can do 20 million, you can do $10, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so it's not like some of the other networks, where they got so much traffic that at one time that they freeze up.
No, I don't know. When did Ethereum freeze up the last time? I can't remember.
Got you on that, copy. think I was simply thinking upon, launch of net, what might be something that could happen.
I'll be back in my PC in a minute or two, and then I can check if somebody's unmuted, needs unmuted. Martin, got a question?
Hey, not right at the second. I just wanted to be unmuted just in case something comes up on the conversation. Thank you.
Tobias, got a question?
No, no questions. I hope people followed my non-financial advice to set some really low limit orders to catch the falling guys. Because that wick will come. Well, it did come.
Will there be another wick?
That nobody knows. But that's why you set limit orders in case they do happen. Like you set them somewhere unrealistically low. What's the worst that can happen? It doesn't fill, no loss. If it does, cheapest price you'll ever get.
Pepe, you missed a hell of a conversation last night, bro. This dude John S was in here giving some TA on Hex, and I mean I'm about to go back and listen to it again. It was so riveting. I commented on once earlier, an hour or two ago, but good God, dude, it's worth a listen, man. If you go back to it.
Pepe's jumping in and out of the chat.
Could you put the link of the where you can listen back to in the main chat, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I could probably try to find the timing. It was going on for an hour or two, a couple hours, but I'll try to find it on the HEXradio app.
Hey, Dust Bomb. Hello?
Go away. I don't talk to you. You're not even
Why?
replying to my DMs.
What do you mean? I didn't get any DMs from you. Let me check. Hold on.
You know, Papa doesn't even look at his DMs.
Working on the vid? What do you mean working on the vid? Like
On the
preparation?
entrepreneurs. Yeah, entrepreneurs and cars. One. I'm at minute 46.
Oh, you are taking notes, you're processing it, or are you working on an actual video?
I'm processing it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna put in my work if you don't mind. Probably later tonight or tomorrow my time if you don't mind, and then we can compare notes.
No, fuck that. I'm not gonna compare notes. Please make your notes next to mine. I'll give you
Next to yours.
I'll give you
That's fine.
the Google Doc.
That's fine. He goes off the rails like you can't believe, and quickly and deeply off the rails. You know, the condescending tone begins with a 50-something, I guess 50, even 60-something-year-old man, just disqualifying someone who could be a teenager, right?
Yeah, in the beginning there's lots of ad hominems and ethos
Oh, yeah.
attacks. But I mean, he is being attacked as well, so he's probably triggered, and he's trying to go to protect his community. So I understand where he's coming from, and he doesn't get all the information as well. I mean, he doesn't even know the difference between log and linear chart, and he sees the log chart and he thinks that this is just a part of the chart. I mean, it's really sad.
I know.
In the
Yeah,
end.
let me
But
show you the whole chart. Let me show you the whole chart because this is only part of it. That's
yeah,
not true.
yeah,
He was looking at the yeah. These are very
and he
easy
was
things
looking
to
at the whole chart the
explain.
whole time, but he doesn't get it.
Correct. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to take it apart like that. But if we have our notes prepared, then it'll be an hour well spent. And we don't get off. I mean, we explain to Wales that this is Wales, Peter, and DJ Cryptomatic that this is dedicated to answering to this video. So we're gonna burn through it and save all comments until we're done, unless you want to comment on a specific bullet item. But don't go off the rails and say, see, what he doesn't understand is that he doesn't understand. And people that don't understand, and I understand, if we do that, then we're not going to get through it in time.
The hardest part of Wales only is when he says you. Which you were you talking about though? As in me?
Yeah, I'm constantly confused about that.
The other community?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. What you don't understand. And I'm like, well, I thought I understood. No, Pop, I'm not talking about you. It's you. Oh, I see. Continue. It's very, very confusing at times.
Only you got through.
Wow, that's 1950s Dust Bomb.
You don't know that. Maybe it's a remix from the 2000s.
How dare you? Only the original. I don't think anybody
That's
redid
Bum's
that one.
remix. That's Bum's remix.
Das Baum and the Balmy Bunnies.
Also, Das Bum, thanks for that scammer warning 2 days ago. I'd like to say thank you.
I don't even remember. Are you sure it was me?
Yeah, you said there was a scammer in some of the chat that we're in. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Yeah. You're welcome.
Hey guys, I have a question really quick. Somebody was talking about this subject just a little while ago, limit orders. So I think I want to set some limit orders for purchasing Hex. Now that would be on 1inch, correct? And
Not if you're not if you're in the United States. Are you a U.S. citizen?
no, I'm not in the United States. I'm in South America.
Right, but do you hold a U.S. citizenship?
No, I'm not a U.S. citizen, or I don't have any ties to the United States. No citizenship and no residency.
All right, cool. Then there's
Then
two
you're good.
options that are two options for you. Number one is 1inch. Another one is matcha.xyz. They're both similar.
Okay, and
I
I
like the
would just
matcha
be
ones
able to set a
personally.
limit. I would just be able to set a limit order just like I would in an order book exchange. Basically, as long as I have the Ethereum in that
No,
wallet, they'll execute when my
no. You can't do a limit order on matcha with Ethereum pairs. You can only do it with USDC or DAI or other tokens, but not Ethereum.
I don't have to have
I
Ethereum
suggest
for gas.
before you ask individual questions, I would suggest to look how it works in general first. Crypto Coffee and I think HODL definitely made videos on how to use matcha.xyz and 1inch.io. Look at their guides first so you can see what you click, what you can input, what you get out, how you set the limit order. It shows the UI and everything. I think it was like half a year ago that HODL and Crypto Coffee made those. Look at them and then come back with specific questions you have if you don't understand any part of that.
Now, where can I find those videos? On howtopulse.com?
On YouTube, you just search HODL matcha or HODL 1inch or Crypto Coffee 1inch and matcha. YouTube will then pop right out.
Okay.
Hey,
All
Papa.
right. Thank you very much for that.
Papa, have you ever used metric.exchange?
No, I have not.
So that's just like matcha, only it shows you the limit orders, both buy and sell, like the top 10. So that's kind of an interesting.
What's it called? Metric.exchange?
Correct.
Matcha also shows you the buys and sells if you just click on the bottom down the bottom.
Where is that haunted? I'm not sure I've seen it.
I have seen it. It's a button. I'm not in front of my computer, but I remember seeing it. It shows you all the orders that are there.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Oh, I remember this site, metric.exchange. This has been around for a while, actually. I've never used this one. but I do know the logo and I do recognize the site. Interesting. All right, I'm checking
Yeah,
it out.
Feder was advocating its use the other day.
Yeah, it's funny because I think when it first launched, it did not have this data here that you're talking about on the right-hand side, which would make it kind of a blah site, but having it there is pretty cool. I'm gonna check this out.
I just posted the link in the chat from last night, the conversation with John S., his TA of HEX. Anybody that hadn't listened to it, I mean, it's like an hour or so long, but it was absolutely riveting conversation. So the link's in the chat for anybody that's interested.
Thanks, Jay.
John S.,
And a quick
the guy
side
that
note.
comes in and gives a lot of trading advice and doesn't hold HEX at all.
You got it, that one. Yep.
So what's
Hasn't been far off, has he?
what's the value of this discussion? I find it detrimental to the chat.
Thank you, Papa.
Pros and cons, Papa. He's not invested. If he's not invested in HEX, that means that he is not biased towards it. Can be good, can be bad.
I think overall it's a net negative. It's listening to it just pisses me off.
Why?
And it didn't used to, but now especially it does, because he gets very animated and convincing, and then he says, you know, I'm going to go in on this, and I've got this limit order set, and then at the end of the conversation he says, oh, I've just no. He comes back later and says, I withdrew my limit at this specific threshold because I didn't see the volume. Yeah, every time. And that brings people that are impressionable in the chat into a position where they can be manipulated, and I don't approve of that in the least.
Well, trader's gonna trade, and there is a reason for why you can make retard out of trader.
That's true. That's true. But he doesn't have to spread his gospel to you know, he said, when I said to him, you know, let's not have this discussion in this chat. With 134 participants in the chat, he says, I highly doubt that anyone here is taking my advice. And more than a few people jumped all over him and said, wait a minute, you're saying that now? You've been speaking this in detail, and then why would you be providing this information to simply hear the sound of your own voice in the chat? No. You're intentionally trying to spread this as your opinion and making yourself an authority on that opinion, and it's not a good thing. So if I hear
That
him
I
in the
agree
chat
on,
again,
especially if it was for 1 hour. I wouldn't give it 1 hour, but if
yes,
somebody wants to share his opinion, it's fine. Like,
absolutely.
if he's taking the
But
chat, no.
he takes the chat, he takes the mic, and he leans on it for like a half hour at a time. I've heard him, and if it happens again, I will have to mute him.
I think having
A brief
all
mention is
muted is
appropriate.
good.
To be
Who is
clear,
this
a brief
guy?
mention is appropriate, Dustbomb.
Yeah, I
See,
think
now you're
all
interested, aren't you?
No, who
I
is
think
this
all
guy that you're saying we're gonna mute? So I won't listen to him next time.
Any person who comes in here and starts talking TA for a considerable amount of time, let's say over 15 minutes, he commands the mic, then you'll know that's him, because we've got only one of those in here.
Okay.
Well, TA is not the main focus on this channel. It's fine to have a little bit, and HEX TA specifically is not, because this is supposed to be for Pulse and PulseX, but
He was suggesting that we listen to a back play of something. Is that what it was?
No, the gentleman that just I think JK, is it JK, was it you that had the recording? I'm not sure if it was you.
It was. I posted a link, and just for it to be clear, I wouldn't attempt anything like that. I don't think he was suggesting it, but I felt like I learned a lot last night. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay. So JK, what you left a something in the chat to listen
Just
to?
the link from the HEXradio app from last night. That was all.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
getting
there's
all
another.
different points and sides is good. I think hearing all different things, we can't just have a recency bias or a group bias thinking. I think having all that in this chat is really important to keep everyone from not being swayed one way the entire time. I think it's smart that we have
Yeah.
people give us that feedback.
I fully agree with
Yeah, but
Philip
it's
on this
not
one.
feedback. It's a potential manipulation, and not of you because you have a strong freaking will. But I'll tell you that a lot of other people in this chat that come in fresh could get seriously wrecked, thinking that trading hex is what it was built for, and it's
But
not.
I mean, in theory, though, but you could say that about the way
Every
that
topic,
every topic, even right now, like everyone is promoting Hex, right? Love Hex. Well, look where it's at. So
Go
in
down
theory,
that rabbit hole of
yeah,
like, oh, people are weak-minded, so they're going to be influenced by what I say. We all might as well just shut
exactly.
up.
But I think it's important that you hear multiple sides so that the ones that aren't going
Yeah.
to, that most people get an idea so they can educate themselves to find out what the ultimate truth or what their main goal is. Otherwise, if you block people
Yeah.
because you don't like their opinion, I think it gets a little
No,
slippery
no,
slope.
no,
I
no,
do
no.
agree
Not an
to
opinion.
give I do agree to give
it's a,
people a timeout of like, maximum whatever minutes of talking about the same fucking topic and then moving on.
sure.
That part I agree. The
Sure.
rest, not so much.
Yes, agreed, 100%.
Like I said, a brief mention is fine, and Dustbomb said that as well. I'm telling you that this gentleman commands the mic for a half hour at a time at least
On
on
that
that
topic,
specific
there's a
topic.
couple of people who have their hands up.
I'm in the kitchen.
waiting for it.
Somebody else has to unmute, please. I'll be back in a few minutes up top. Upstairs.
I brought it to
Yes, it
John
is.
S. that there's a trading hex group that he should probably entertain instead of hogging the mic. And he just doesn't want to go there. He said, "Oh, there's no chat there. There is a chat there. You can open up a mic."
Yep.
Yeah, he's like, I like and I find it interesting too. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of people at 18, 38, 56 that are new that are just going, fuck, it's going to 6.5 because that's what he said every night for a whole week when I was popping in here.
Yep.
Everything finished with 6.5. When we were at 12,
Hex trading.
it's 6.5, guys. All those noobs, in my mind, I was like, oh, fuck, somebody's going to drop from 18, jump out, and who knows what happens.
Well, didn't you see what happened today? Guys, at 4.7, it's a no-brainer. I'm all in. Then it hit 4.7 and someone said, "Okay, great. Are you all in?" And then he stopped and he said, "I don't see a conviction with the volume that I want."
Wait, what? That was live?
He said he was
Live.
going to drop $250,000 if it hits 6.5. He also said if it
I
goes
don't.
under 10, it's going to go down to 6.5 in 24 hours. It took 3 or 4 days for it to go past 7 or below 7.5 cents. He was just talking poof, man.
I'm cool with a bit of TA, especially over long terms. But if you're doing live trading and then engaging people at the same time, that's not cool. Got borders on pump and
Bingo.
dump.
Yep, I agree with that.
Bingo.
I agree that I like the 15 minutes of having a conversation about TRA or anything, even if it's not necessarily what we want to hear. But after that, then I agree completely.
Okay, now we're on the same
Wouldn't
page.
you
We
unmute
understand the
that
limits.
guy? Wouldn't you unmute that guy from the channel?
Wait, excuse me?
I mean, if the guy's sitting there and he's going to blow up the channel and tell everybody how to trade and what it looks like, wouldn't that be like leading people down the wrong trail? And that's not cool,
Sure.
right?
Sure, but I don't remember hearing. I wasn't present when something like that was ever said. Had I been, and if you're accurately quoting him, then yeah, I would have said, "All right, I'm going to give you a warning. You're on timeout, and if you bring that type of thing up in this chat again, then we gotta ask you to leave."
It's usually evening 5, 6, 7, 8 in UK time. So you're probably not around then, Papa.
Yeah, it also doesn't take me to police that type of guy. You guys can mention it to him on the side as well. You have the power to
I've
communicate to
mentioned
him
it
and
to
say
him.
this is not the play. Yeah, I understand. I appreciate your support. We're on the same page here. We understand that that's probably not why this chat was created and hex trading was, and direct him to that chat.
Okay, let's move on. I unmuted 2 people. Do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a question regarding liquidity. Does anyone know why people are removing liquidity? Like, why would you be removing liquidity right now? Just as like a, I don't know, a brainstorm, not coming at anyone.
What was it? 15% or so was removed, but I don't know which pool exactly. Depends, because some liquidity providers
Looks like
fear the
V3,
volatility.
USDC V3.
The more the price gets out of your liquidity providing range that you set up for yourself, the more you have impermanent loss. So as a liquid provider, you add or remove liquidity based on where you want to trade, what range you want to trade. And if it's out of your range, you're getting wrecked as a liquidity provider.
It happens a lot during very volatile giant candles that can break through multiple levels of support, and that introduces a bit of uncertainty. If you know a thing or two about actual TA, that's not good. You want to wait for some sort of confirmation where you have a bit of a reassurance, or at least higher probabilities that it's not going to crash through like fucking giant support walls.
Right, I just don't see like why you would buy Hex right now with liquidity being removed. Those 2 things don't add up.
Wait, you're talking about 2 things: buying Hex and providing liquidity or removing liquidity. You're saying the same person doing the same thing, or what are you specifically are you saying?
No, I'm saying in terms of like buying a dip right now, why would you be buying a dip when people are removing liquidity from a pool? I understand the point that he made about removing liquidity, why you would get wrecked as a liquidity provider. Now I'm flipping the coin as like, okay, as a user of Hex, and I'm not trying to FUD here. I'm just like, I want to buy more Hex, but it doesn't make sense for me to buy Hex when people are removing liquidity from a pool. It just seems like that's like counterintuitive.
You're adding and removing liquidity to a pool is a super temporary thing. Like if the price that you entered at is permanent, like you'll in a year from now that'll still be the price you entered at. In a year from now, that pool will be looking very different from what it looked like 5 minutes ago. I don't understand the point.
Because with a lower liquidity, if people sell more, then you have the potential to get wrecked more.
It also goes the other way. If people buy more, it goes up more. So.
Yeah, I mean, you could apply the logic in both directions, so I don't see the point.
It does, but it doesn't seem like people are buying right now. That's my point.
Dude,
So
like
you got
that's a
to make that
circular
educational
argument
guess
though.
of
Like
the
you
time
just
to
said you
buy.
don't see the point in buying right now when people are removing liquidity, and then at the same time you're saying like we're gonna go around in circles with this one. I'll stop it right there. I am buying because I believe that is a cheap price. Could it go lower? For sure. Do I care? No, because I know the 200 daily moving average, for example, is around 16 cents. I know it'll get back up there at some point. I don't know when, I don't know how, but it'll be there one day. So that's an easy 2x or more. What's the big whoop?
The argument can also be made if someone adds liquidity. They just should I buy because they're trying to hold the price down. You get what I mean? Like you can have that argument either way.
Yep. You can always go down 95%, but you can go up so much higher. Simple maths.
Sounds good,
Maybe
thanks.
the guy that removed liquidity only wants to accumulate more HEX, and he believes the price is going to go up. Just to give you an argument, right?
No,
What
I think
argument
the
can
guy
you
that
make?
removed the liquidity sold. It's like 100.
Sorry?
I think the guy that removed liquidity sold his HEX.
Yeah, there
That's
was
what I was
one guy
seeing
that
on Twitter this morning. I haven't verified it, so again. But
I
that's
saw
what I was seeing
Gunther's
on Twitter.
little
Right. Yeah, it was Gunther. Yeah.
He did something negative to himself too, so I don't know what he did, but yeah.
The market order, market order sold 40 million or something. What was it? Million. I have to look it up how much it was.
It was like 180
lot of
million
slippage.
HEX or something.
Something like that. It's weird to me, like liquidity providing and then doing something stupid as a market sell. I mean, I don't understand these actions. Like I've seen them on the blockchain, I just don't understand any of the reasons behind it, but I guess we'll never know.
Range dumping. He reached the end of his limits.
Well,
No,
he's got
I'm
a
saying
massive pulse bag sacrifice too. So
keep the price low so no one can stop their picks with the pulse. I've also seen just to add to people's arguments why I don't understand what people do. On the time of sacrifice for Pulse and PulseX, one guy sold the whole heap of HEX, then sacrificed more HEX after he dumped the price. So he got
wait,
less
sacrifice
Pulse.
what?
He dumped HEX, he sold HEX, then sacrificed HEX, more HEX. Like he sold half his bag and
Back
sacrificed
during
the
the
other half.
sacrifice phase now, but we're talking
Yeah,
about something more recent,
yeah, I
like in
know.
March.
But I'm talking about things that don't make sense. The guy dumped the price of HEX and then sacrificed.
That makes a bit more sense.
Why would you want to sacrifice at a lower price? He didn't sacrifice then dump. He dumped then sacrificed.
Yeah.
I've seen it all.
I don't know.
And I actually saw it in Pulse and PulseX. I've seen it done it on both of them.
Hey, on it. How do you explain a liquidity provider who dumps 180 million HEX at market? Wouldn't you think an LP would understand how to use a limit order?
Especially when he's yes. I understand what you mean. Maybe he wants the price of HEX to stay low for the
Yeah,
fork.
but at his own peril though. Like that's the part I don't understand. Like I get the dumping on the market thing to dump the price, blah blah blah, but you know, you are suffering a good chunk of that yourself if you do it. Why don't you just set a couple of limit orders, do it slowly over time, get that liquidity? I don't get it. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it's either just a giant mistake, but then he just does a couple over and over, or doesn't know what he's doing generally. Just got a lot of monopoly money. Money, wealth does not equate to intelligence. Don't forget that.
Could it be for tax reasons?
I was thinking about that, but I don't see. What's the tax season in the US?
Not in the US. No, it was April.
Well, when it comes to taxes, people play their strategy very differently and it's very hard to predict. The other things are tax bills. You never know what people are selling to pay off tax bills.
An extension.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me to sell stuff at a lower price. Like unless he just ended a stake, like he could have sold it at 10 cents, 12 cents, 13 cents, but decides to sell it at 6 or 7.
Did he also have buy orders ready to buy at the bottom?
That's
So
the
here
thing.
in the
Like
U,
the longer. Go ahead. I have nothing important to say.
I was going to say here in the U.S., medical bills have taken a dramatic turn in terms of how deleterious they are to your credit. So let's take my situation where the bill was approximately 100 grand, of which I owed roughly 10. What happens is that if you don't pay that bill, ultimately the hospital and the physicians will refer you to a collection agency. And now, thanks to some changes in the law, that collection agency is going to ask you, did you have the operation? Do you owe this money? And if you say yes, then they can go against your credit if you don't pay it off. However, if you don't accept responsibility for it, it never hits your credit. That was per my cardiologist, which has seen a dramatic uptick in people not paying their bills. So there you go. So that was only tangentially related to crypto and why people would dump. But we've got some time, I suppose, between now and whenever the announcement's going to be. So figured I'd throw that in there.
So, do you guys think we've reached the bottom, or we still got lower to go?
Pulse OG, I think, will drift sideways down until RH gives us an announcement. That's my sentiment, not advice.
Yeah, I hate the fact that we're tethered to RH updates. Seems to be the case.
I'm not even going to count on Richard Hart's announcement thinking Hex will go up. I think we'll stay where it is.
So, is RH timing the market, or is he just waiting to fix the bugs, then we launch? What do y'all think?
I don't think there's any timing the market shit going on. It's ridiculous to assume that. It's way too risky.
I'm truly convinced
that the difficulty in what is happening. The developers are having a lot of difficulty, and it just is what it is.
Not even sure it's about difficulty rather than just that it takes time. Like I've been part of a refactoring of code. It's in developer terms usually the most annoying / hardest thing to do because you got to go through all the old fucking codes. First of all, if it's documented well, good. If it's not, bad. Then you have to rewrite it. The rewriting itself isn't even the problem. It's mostly reading old shit, interpreting it, translating it to different language. That shit takes time. If there is a rewrite, or if it's not done yet, it's gonna take a lot more time. But I did hear from somebody, I don't remember who, that it's done rewriting into Golang. They just need to do QA on it, and stress testing, whatever. But don't know, cannot confirm that.
I'm just surprised it took a lot longer because the way it sounds, they're making some fundamental changes, like changing the language and going to multi-thread architecture. That's going to take some testing.
The one thing that I wonder is if there will be need for another testnet version. That I don't know.
Could be. Could be. We could see V3.
I get all the, I don't want to call it conspiracy, but like the coincidental people who are like, well, that can't be coincident. We're in the bear market. Maybe they're just waiting it out. I get it. It's probably a nice side effect that if after a couple months there's a reversal and then launch then. But first of all, I don't see that as a requirement or even as a huge positive. Like launching in a bear market hasn't been proven to be like super negative. Sure, there's a little bit better performance in the early months or so, but is that what we care about? Instant gains after a couple months? Is that why we're here?
A little bit.
Fucking hope not.
Hey, Pulsechain, there's a stream that you may want to take a look at. Dixon Piper said he was going to have a price stream this morning sometime. Have you watched him in the past? I think he's got good stuff.
What's his name again, Pepe?
Dixon Piper. He had last week, he and Motley and Wendy's for Tendies had a 4-hour stream. And it was fascinating to hear those three guys talk about, what whales are thinking and what mid-sized bag holders are thinking and where they're likely to screw you, it was pretty cool, man. He really knows what he's talking about, generally.
I'll go check it out. Thanks.
Honestly, I don't think anything can happen. I think we can't control the bear market, no matter what crypto it is. And I know some people think that we can be immune to the overall bear market if in a particular project, but historically, every crypto in a bear market falls, and so I don't think it has anything to do with necessarily, releasing of the project or Richard Hart tweeting this or tweeting that. I just think, unfortunately, all crypto is tied together.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the bear market affects everybody. If you think you're immune to it, then you should look again in the history. But the problem with trying to time a bear market or trying to wait it out or something is that the length of each is very different. It can be 3 months, can be 6 months, can be 12 months, can even be longer. So if you try to wait it out now, you could be delaying it by a year. That's not great, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you just have to accept where it's at and continue to dollar cost average if you want, or just sit there and wait it out. I think is really the only options you have.
Yeah, me too. Everyone, that's everyone's option, only option here. Anyone who thinks they have any control over that is delusional. Like all you can do is wait, and even if whatever happens, like you're not getting anything back. Like you sacrificed, no expectation of profit. That's it. Like chill.
Yeah, but this is a gift, you know. Just don't take leverage and don't bet the rent money, and just wait. And I think we'll all be happy eventually.
Well, there is a silver lining to our sacrifice, even though it's been almost a year, at least on the pulse chain. If you think about it, we were sacrificing in the 16 to 25 cent range. And now, if there was a sac for pulse chain, what are we down to? A nickel and a half, 6 cents? So we basically got 3 times the economic energy. So I kind of like that.
Does anyone know if the HEX Investment Trust has funded the trust with their HEX yet?
I didn't even know there is such a thing.
$10 million worth of HEX.
The thing I question is, you know, these are OGs, and they've got, you know, apparently big bags, but they still asking for some hex. Like they could have funded it themselves.
Yeah, it just occurred to me now that I'm just interested if that fund already has its HEX, or maybe now is a good time to obviously fund it with a lower price. And if that is the case, then, you know, did the price get down there because they're funding it? I don't know. Like, I'm interested to know if they already have their $10 million worth of HEX.
What's this fund called?
Maybe
HEX
that's
Investment Trust.
maybe that's what they meant when they said that it's going to be price positive for X.
So far, everybody that's promised price positive for HEX has been the kiss of death.
I concur. I concur.
Also, too, we're down 16% for the year. If you bought a year ago, rough.
What's down 16%?
Hex, for if you bought it a year ago, you're down 16%. I know Richard loves that stat. Like if you bought Hex a year ago, you're still up. Or versus BTC, I think he used in the Eric Wall interview.
But to be fair, would you agree that literally everything is down?
Yeah, no, I'm just making a point about Hex. Nothing to compare to. But
I
yeah,
guess this is the
yeah.
I guess this is the point at which we have to reiterate the importance of staking, because if the price is down, you're collecting more HEX every day, and that certainly offsets the downside pain.
But it doesn't eliminate it, because It doesn't eliminate it. It may soften the blow, but price action severely outweighs any yield action.
Yeah, definitely. But bear markets, if markets are ruled by greed and fear, this is the fear part of that equation. That's, that happens in bear markets, and everybody welcomes the bear market, and it's not a good feeling, for anyone, especially those who've onboarded people in the last 6 months or a year. It's hard to talk to those people and, who are underwater and look forward to things. So it takes tough cojones to go through this. This is not easy times, but we have to speak about the positive nature of our investments. We have to try to get our emotions out of our investments. Otherwise, you make rash decisions. So this is the time where we test that.
Yeah, after all the 10,000x talk, a lot of people, it's just hard to deal with the corrections after all the 10,000x talk.
Well, one of the
Yeah.
things that I did when I first got in and started my stakes, or at least when those tools were available, used the HEXcalc and whatever the other one was called. Just put in some of the lowest figures you can think of in dollar value, because you need a worst case scenario, and then see what your yield is like, and if you're happy with that. If you're unhappy with the stake where the dollar price is at a whatever 0.5 Fibonacci level of the all-time high price, then maybe don't. Like if you ignore worst case scenario pricing, you're not going to do well in Hex. Most people I've talked to, they've only ever put the same equal or higher dollar price into the hex calc, which I don't understand at all.
Because it feels better.
Yeah, but that's fooling yourself. So
I know, but people love it. That's what you talk. That's why people talk 10,000x all the time. Sounds great, feels great. It's hard when you bring emotions into the market, especially with your investment, because these are the types of swings that you have to deal with mentally, and it's really hard mentally to deal with.
okay, I mean, do we need to mention again the 7 rules?
Well, definitely.
I feel like it's a everyday thing. Avoid the herd mentality, think long term, don't get emotional, diversify, don't lend or don't borrow to invest. Forgot the other 2. I'm sure there's a couple in there. Oh yeah,
Don't
never
put
invest more than
more.
you're willing to lose.
People in life, people know the formula of what they should and shouldn't do. Whether it's smoking, eating junk food, going to the gym, everybody knows what they need to do, but still don't do it. So investing is no different.
Well, I see it this way. They know about it in theory, don't apply it in practice when they buy, and completely forget about it when they sell.
If you've ever been to a casino and you know the feeling of being up, you never leave the casino at 11 o'clock when you're up. You always leave at 4 o'clock in the morning when you've run out of money.
It's a bit easier when you're a contrarian at heart. When you just like doing the opposite of what everyone else is doing, life is so much easier.
Well, now you kind of hit it on the head. When you are a contrarian, then you now have developed the discipline to not go with the herd, to do the tough things, to buy things when nobody else wants to buy it and sell it when everybody wants to buy. That is an extremely hard discipline to have, especially in markets or anything you do for that matter. But it is such an important discipline. But very, very few people do it, never mind understand it. So it's a hard thing. But if you got a contrarian spirit, like mindset, you're way ahead of the game.
I mean, the buying as a contrarian, I think is relatively easy, right? You have very little risk. Let's say you set some crazy limit order down at some super far bottom that is unimaginable. I don't know. I did that with Ethereum once for fun, like setting it at $300 or $400. Because what's the worst that could happen? It just doesn't fill. Fine, don't care. If there's a crazy capitulation wick, you might scoop some of that up. Amazing. What's the loss? Tell me.
Well, when you've got product market fit like HEX, there is no loss. But if God forbid you're in a product that's going to zero, there's a big loss. You just chase good money after bad. So people get afraid of that, especially if they have no experience in the market. So people who've put money in HEX, let's say at much higher prices, the smart thing to do would be to buy now and dollar cost in, like we say. And the dollar cost averaging is specifically why you take advantage of these lower prices. But people get really afraid putting more money in when they're losing.
That's good.
It's a real.
I do think the afraid is good. There's two things you can do if you're afraid: stay away, or research the fuck out of it. Because
No, you
fear
forgot the other one. You forgot the other one, the most important. They sell. So when it's euphoria, they buy. Unfortunately, they buy high. And then when it's down low, they get afraid and they sell.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's not a recommended action, but yes, sure.
And
It is an
yeah,
option.
definitely. That's why I'm saying markets are always dictated by greed and fear. It's never about fundamentals or doing smart thing. Otherwise, people wouldn't get
I don't
wrecked.
know. I mean, we had a lot of really good discussions at the top of HEX about, the fundamentals and, the staking mechanics. I don't hear a lot of that in the bear market, like when everything is super down. I just hear a lot of bordering on FUD topics. It doesn't make sense to me because what was true 6 months ago when price was all golden is still true today. So what changed? The price. All right. So what changed for you personally as an investor? Well, okay, I think the thing is that they didn't use the calc right. They didn't anticipate that the price could be at a 0.5 Fibonacci level, for example, which is very possible because a lot of assets hit that level sometime in their lifetime.
I'll
I
bring a
guess
sports
one
analogy.
thing. Oh, sorry. So I guess one thing that we're not considering is them not having funds. That's why there is a bull market and a bear market. When people have funds, they buy. When they don't have funds, and they need to eat, they sell. So maybe
Fair
the
enough.
majority of the people don't have money to buy or dollar cost averaging.
Guys,
Yep.
I think Crypto Goose made earlier some affirmations, but he used negations, and the brain cannot hear the negation. Can you reformulate not using negations? Because what you said, it was very good, but it was full of negations.
Yeah, you should say what you should do, not what you should not do, I guess, because that doesn't fly with most brains.
In what statement particularly?
You mentioned a few things. Do not panic. Do not la la la. I forgot exactly what you said, but they were
I
sounding
think
very
I
nice.
said those.
No, that was Toby. Toby mentioned the 7 things.
The 7
okay.
rules of it's like the golden rules of investing in stock markets, but I think it applies to crypto just as well. I agree actually that they're poorly worded because it says avoid the herd mentality, invest, think long term. That one's good. Do not get emotional. That one's bad.
Go your own
Etc.
way, stay calm and collected.
Nice, Das. Thank you.
Diversify. Never borrow to invest. I shouldn't even mention this because the moment you mention it, it's like, oh, I didn't even think about that.
Use your own available money.
Yep.
And of course, don't invest more than you're willing to lose.
Only invest something you can afford to lose.
Nice.
I don't like that one.
Get pleasure
I don't like
by
that
elect-
one. That's a little bit misleading because the problem with that one is you start off with an amount that you can't afford to lose. But in crypto, it can grow and does grow to values that you certainly can't afford to lose. So you might start off with $1,000 saying, if it goes to zero, it's okay. But if you turn that 1,000 into 1,000,000, and now you lose 1,000,000 and bring it down to 50,000, you've lost 950,000.
That doesn't negate the concept though, because you would still only invest as much as you're willing to lose.
You have to look
know,
at
but
If you've reached a
risk
million,
right?
Yeah, but do you
you
feel
divest
better?
at this point.
I know, but do you feel better that your investment went from 1,000,000 to 50,000?
No, that's why you divest before that happens.
Don't care what you feel
You
about.
make the money, you make the investment, and then you have to reorganize your portfolio at a certain step, at a certain state, if you know that it reached like ridiculous values, like the 10. What did you say? 10,000 to 1,000,000. You want to secure your gains at this point. And then you say, okay, I'm going to go into stables, or okay, I'm going to buy a house now because I think that's better long term, and this asset will drop over the course of the next 3 years or so, and then there will be a new bull market. That's what happened in Bitcoin again and again and again.
I see it simply. I mean, if I put in 2,000 into Hex on day one and it turned into 100,000 or whatever, I just get my principal out, maybe some other profits if I feel like it, but that's it. Like I don't care anymore. Sure, I do have some emotions about the gains that I made and if they have themselves, but I lost nothing. I lost nothing. That's a good deal for me being in the stock market.
That is not the way you have to look at it. I'm sorry.
It's the way I
If
look
you
at
have
it.
$1,000, and it goes up to 100, and you take out your principal, and you think that 99,000 is house money, that is ridiculous. That is real money. That's your money. You are now playing with real money. And if you lose it, real money. Just because it's house money doesn't mean it's not yours. It's yours. They gave it to you. You can actually cash it out. That's real money.
So,
But that's why we're
sorry,
talking
Haunted, we
about
can hear
willing to
you
lose.
with your borrowing
Everyone has
machine.
different.
sorry,
Everyone has different levels of what they're willing to lose. For me, I'm not willing to lose my principal. Sure, I also would not like to lose all my gains. I understand that concept. I'm not stupid, but the rule is about, for me, for the first one. If you lose more than you put in, then you're screwed. Or this, if you
Yeah,
even lose
I
the equal part.
only give that advice when people go to the casino because you're guaranteed to lose.
Well,
I
I
don't give that
mean,
advice for
crypto is
investing.
full of that. So I still apply that to all my friends, even with onboarding to Hex. I'm never gonna tell anybody, but this is the safest thing you're ever gonna invest in. Doesn't really matter how much you put. Don't even think about it. Like that's not good sound advice.
But ain't it some type of data out there that shows that the people that do the best in crypto is the people that buy and just forget they even have it? I mean, it seems like if you're following your investments, it's going to be such an emotional, volatile ride that you're going to end up wrecking yourself. I'm happy that I sacrificed a year ago, because if I hadn't sacrificed and just been in the market with that money, I'm sure right now I would be wrecked.
I mean,
So,
that's one way. Like, I think you can do two things. Follow a strategy, and that's something personal to you. Like, for example, I bought it now and then I wait for 16 cents. That's just a strategy I made for myself. Done. Like, I follow it. If it skyrocketed past 16 cents, I shouldn't care. I should still get out or take that particular profit that I thought of at 16 cents. Done. Or I buy now and I forget about it and look at it again in a couple of years, and maybe it's worth a lot more. Those are two solid. Well, I don't call the second one a strategy, but it still works, I guess. Sometimes.
So I like the first one where
We lost you there, Goose.
Well, you're breaking off. I'm gonna get in break Cliff and detach Soul real quick in case they have a time-sensitive question or something like that. Break, you got something to share?
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I think Crypto Goose just hopped off. I was going to comment on the 2-hour listening session last night with a couple of the people in the chat. I was just going to give some kudos to Crypto Goose the way he handled the debate and everything. You still on here, Crypto?
Speak more clear.
Goose?
Speak more clear, please.
There's a bit of background noise going on.
He gave his kudos to Crypto Goose. Thank you. Detach Soul, do you have a question?
Hey guys, how you going? I just wanted to just touch back on the conversation you had just a couple of minutes ago about taking profits. You know, I was lucky enough to jump on a token just a few days ago, and I turned 300 into 120k, and I still didn't pull the profits, and I watched it dwindle down, you know, down to about 37,000. You know, even though I was extremely happy to pull the money that I got, it definitely would have been a better strategy to pull it when I sort of seen it hit 100 or go past that. So, I mean, everyone's got different ways of sort of investing, but sometimes when you see the money there, sometimes it's worth just grabbing it. And you know, now I've reinvested that back into a whole heap of different other tokens. So, you know, I mean, it's just I thought it'd be just something to point out there that, you know, when taking profits, it's always a good thing. So
You
The
can't
grass is
compare
always
against
greener though.
hindsight.
You have
Yeah.
to compare two things: opportunity cost, which is what you just mentioned, right? You lost out on an opportunity, but is that worse, equal, or better than losing your principal?
The only real
well,
thing you can compare against is your plan in the beginning, before you bought in. If you followed your investment strategy that you set out for yourself. So you make a plan in the beginning and you say, I'm going to go into that token with my, what did you say, 120K or 20K or something?
no,
And
I
then
went in with $300.
Oh, $300. Okay,
Uh,
even better. So you have your
yeah.
$300, and then you have to set rules for yourself. I'm gonna sell after, I don't know, this price percentage, or after this percent of time, or if this event happens, you know, like a timing news thing. And then the question is, did you follow through on your own advice and on your own plan, or did you not? And this is the only thing you can measure really against. You cannot go like after the fact and say, if this would have happened, then I should have done this better or something. You just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, I'm extremely happy that I pulled out at 37,000. But the strategy was to let it ride. And look, I'm 100% happy with pulling it out because it's now gone down to practically nothing. So I definitely made the right choice. It was I suppose I did get a little bit scared watching it go from 120 to 100, and then overnight it dwindled down to, you know, down into the 40s. And then I finally pulled the pin on it. But watching it now a week later, I would only have a couple of $1,000 there. So I definitely made the right choice, even though I went. That's right. That's in hindsight, but I definitely made the right choice with not going through with my strategy, because if I just let it ride, I would have lost it all
Let
completely
it
down
ride
to a
is not a
couple of $1,000.
strategy. So can I just like, I don't know what the let it ride strategy is, but it sounds like it doesn't have a goal.
Well, there was a goal because there's an airdrop at the end of it, so that was the goal. But I ended up selling 99% of the tokens and pulling the 37,000 out, and having a handful there for the airdrop. So
Seems that the airdrop would have been the event that.
that's what I was aiming for, and also, you know, I thought the coin would have probably pumped a little bit more than the 120,000 that it reached. But I mean, at the end of the day, I still pulled profits, so I'm extremely happy with what I got. But I was being a little bit greedy in my strategy, thinking, oh, it's going to go higher, 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 and it didn't. It went the absolute opposite way. So
Hey,
I decided to.
Papa,
Yeah.
Detached. Maybe you
you
want to
got
take.
sound in the background. We can hear
No,
you.
it's not me. It's Detached's family in the background.
Oh, sorry, guys. Look,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
all I
you're
wanted
right.
to say anyway. So I'll mute myself anyway. So yeah, I just want to say good. Yeah, pull profits when you can.
I was
I know.
breaking silence to
Sometimes it's
remind him
hard
of
to
that,
tell
Das.
who it is because your mic was blinking, but I also had the background. I wasn't sure. It looked
Yeah,
like
I
it.
was
Yeah.
coming
Sorry.
in to
My bad.
remind him to please ask his family to either leave the room or excuse himself to the lavatory, which would be a private place that he could discuss things. Is Logan in timeout, Das?
No, I thought the sound came from him too. Can be unmuted. I just didn't find him again. Oh, there he is.
Done.
Isha, got a question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Actually, I don't know if you remember me, Papa. You were there like since I came. I'm the French girl, and I used to ask some question a long time ago, but I had too much work and I just forget about Hex. And now I'm going back. I see that it's really, really, really low. So I wanted to invest back yesterday, and I couldn't buy anything on MetaMask. So I don't
So
know
it
if I
looks
just
like
forget to do it the
MetaMask will
way
be
to
adding
do it.
in
Sorry.
Some sort of I don't know if you can call it support, but a funds recovery process, or at least
Yeah, but this doesn't make this doesn't answer to her concern. What's your concern, Isha?
I don't hear her. Who's talking? 'Cause I don't
Actually,
hear anybody.
Yeah. Toby, leave the chat and come back in because Isha was talking and you came in kind of randomly over her. It's okay. Yeah, you can't hear her. That's fine. Just leave the chat and come right back in. And Dos, can you look out for Toby in case he comes in muted? Isha, please continue.
yeah, sorry. So I wanted to invest Hex more, but I couldn't buy anything on MetaMask. I don't know if I just forget the way to do it, or just I don't see any way to buy some Hex more, because actually I don't know if you remember me, Papa. I'm the French girl that saw Richard Hart when he was in Paris for the conference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so I buy, if you remember, on the highest price of Hex, and so I quite actually
Now you
lose
can
all my
DCA. Yeah.
ways. Yeah, all my stays.
It's
So
fine.
I
So
want
let's
to invest more
right.
because now it's really
Okay.
interesting, and
I
I
got
could
it.
not
I
do
got
it.
it. Right. So do you remember that you use MetaMask as your conduit to be able to connect up with DEX sites to be able to trade there? Also, do you have a hardware wallet, Isha? Because it's been so long, I'm sure you've had plenty of time to get your hardware wallet. Have you done that?
Actually, all the money that I invest, I stake them for a long time. So I
Yeah,
haven't anything on MetaMask except for the PulseX that I invest on the sacrifice phase. But except for
right.
that,
So
I have nothing.
you staked and you sacrificed, but you did it on MetaMask. You need to get a hardware wallet to secure that seed because that's a long-term commitment that you have to a browser extension wallet, which is not secure for your hard-earned and well-invested capital.
Actually, I have the key secure, but the ledge is
No,
something.
no, 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 not
Ledger.
acceptable. Ledger, yes.
Yeah, it's a ledger, but
Ledger,
I
so it's a
never.
Ledger Nano S?
Yes, and I
Beautiful.
never used it because I don't know how to do it.
Okay, in that case, I want you to watch a video that I'm going to put in the main chat. Before you start gallivanting out and throwing more money into this whole mix, you should get your hardware wallet understood on how to use it, how to do a migration, how to manage your funds. You should also probably order one more. Since you know how to order it, you should get one more from ledger.com.
Okay, perfect. So I can see all
Are
that
you
in the chat, right?
It's coming right now. Just look out in the main chat right now. I'm going to activate the Combot that will give you a few links. And the second link is the one I want you to watch. Yes, somebody also did it for us. Willy Wonka also did it for us. Look at the bottom of the chat. I've activated the Combot, and there are several links to several videos. The second one is the one you want to watch first. I recommend that you buy either an additional ledger or get yourself a Trezor 1. The choice is yours. If you feel comfortable with Ledger, then great. After the video, you should understand how to do a migration and set it up. I want you to watch that so you break yours out of its protective wrap and really use it, because it does no one any good to be sitting in your possession but not used. You watch that video and then come back to chat, Isha, and we'll get you all set up. Okay? Then I'll tell you on how to connect up the Ledger hardware wallet through MetaMask to a DEX, a decentralized exchange, and you'll be able to buy your HEX.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. But just one thing on the chat, I cannot see a video from you. It's normal. It's someone else.
No. It says Combot at the
Combo.
top. Do you see all those links to videos? Links, not videos that have any pictures or thumbnails. They're only links. Do a search for
No,
my
yeah,
name.
actually, I just okay, I just go on your name.
Yes, yes, precisely. The second link says Ledger Setup and Migration by Papa Boner. Click on that one and watch that video. And then I want you to break the ledger out of its box, set it up, migrate your seed, and then come back to the chat.
Okay, perfect. I saw it now because I also had a message saying that there is some fake things. So
No problem.
okay, thank you so much, Papa.
Yeah, if you see it, it's only about a half-hour video. Once you see it and you go through it with your ledger, you'll be all set up and ready to go. Then you have to fund it again. By funding, I mean the way that you got your regular money in for your linked account. Do you have a centralized exchange that you have a relationship with? How did you get your money onto the blockchain before?
Actually, I had a friend that invested in the beginning of Hex, and so she taught me everything to do. So I was always on the phone with her doing the transactions and everything. So she
Okay.
always used to help me for all this. But now she's not like she's busy, and that's why
Right.
I thought about you.
Okay, great. Well, I can't help you with getting your actual raw funds, your fiat, onto the blockchain. That's up to you, and the way you did it before is probably the way that you would like to do it again. So if you have some kind of ability to get your fiat from your bank account onto a centralized exchange and then get USDC or another stable coin and then send it to your hardware wallet, that would be great. But if that's not the way you did it, then I recommend that you do it the way that you did it before.
Okay, perfect. So now what you're telling me is the most important is that I secure my account, and then I can go
Yes,
back to buy some hacks more.
absolutely. I would say that
Okay.
that's critical. Critical that you start using your hardware wallet.
Yeah, you might as well keep your money.
Exactly.
Okay,
If it
perfect.
yeah, if it gets stolen, how good was this entire dream?
Right.
Actually, nothing moved. Like I got all the money that is very down now, but I
I
got
know.
all my money
I know.
on
I
Stake.
know. I know nothing's
Yeah.
happened yet. Nothing's happened yet, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen soon. So please watch the video and get
Okay.
your
Okay.
hardware wallet. You have all the tools you need. Just use them. Watch the video, open up your hardware wallet, get it set up as per the video, and then come back to chat. It'll take you a half hour to an hour.
Okay, perfect. I will do this maybe this evening because now I have to go back to work. But I'll do this tonight and watch the video and everything. And if I have question, I'll come back. Thank you so much.
Of course. Come on back with any questions.
Thank you very much. And do you have some news about Pulsechain?
It's in development right now, and we're waiting for an update.
Okay, and since it's not up, if I understood, PulseX is still after the sacrifice phase, we cannot know anything, right?
I don't understand the last statement, but without Pulsechain being mainnet go live, there is no PulseX active either. The sacrifice phases for both have concluded. They're finished. There's no way to get anything into that sacrifice again. So if you sacrificed, you're done. You're just on waiting mode.
Yeah, yeah, you answered the question at the first. It was just I wanted to know if it's linked, like Pulsechain with
Yes.
PulseX. So you answered
Yes.
actually. Okay,
Yep.
that's
Yep.
perfect.
PulseX
So
exists on Pulsechain. Correct.
okay, perfect. Sounds great. Thank you for your time. I have to go back to work, but thank you for everything. I'll
No,
do my best to
pleasure.
do everything you told me.
Excellent, Isha. And do come back to chat with any questions you may have. There's always going to be someone that can help you.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
So guys,
Dust Bomb.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Papa.
No, I was just going to say, Dust Bomb, you didn't have to seed the chat with your lovely girlfriend to try to make me feel better.
Lol. I met her though. Not my girlfriend, but I met her.
Mark, I'm sorry to cut you off. Or JK, you had a comment?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, she said she was a French girl. Ooh la la, she sounded beautiful. But aside from that, I remember when I came into got exposed to Richard Hart last summer. I think it was an interview with BitBoy Crypto I saw him on, where Aaron from Altcoin Daily was drilling into him about Hex and some of this other stuff. And I think what his second point on Hex was, he was bashing him on the liquidity for Hex. And when Richard came back with his response, I'm pretty confident in his response because I watched the thing like 10 times. It was something along the lines of, hey, what happens if everybody sells their houses all at once? It's all going to go to zero, of course. What happens if everybody sells everything at once and anything? It's all going to go to zero. And to me at the time, I guess being a little more ignorant, that seemed like just a mic drop, knockdown, drag out argument. I'm like, yeah, of course. If everybody sells it once, it all goes to zero. But there is a more nuanced point there, right? I mean, kind of what we're seeing play out here a little bit, which is people will try to get out, but when they're getting out, they're moving the price down quicker than. So it's not everybody getting out. It's that it takes less people to drive the price down quicker and up, right? But isn't there more nuance to what Aaron's argument was on the liquidity that Richard's retort didn't quite address?
That was way too much for me to understand. Can you simplify
It was
it?
real fast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I speak too quickly. So the question was, Aaron addressed the issue of liquidity in Hex to Richard. Richard's response was just, hey, anytime that everybody sells all of something, it's going to drive the price down to zero. And he left it at that. But I feel like that's not a nuanced answer. It seems like it on the surface, but there's more to that story, right? What Aaron's point was is that when you have the thin liquidity, even it takes fewer people trying to get out in order to tank the price, right? Or it wasn't that what's the nuanced point that Aaron was trying to make there?
I think he was saying that legitimate tokens, legitimate projects have ample liquidity. The majors all have all this liquidity and people actually trade it. People get in, people get out. They have freedom of being able to enjoy their gains and without tanking the price instantly. What Richard said was, go fuck yourself.
Does it make a difference between 80 and 90% for you in terms of liquidity when something has a drawdown? I mean, I think what Papa said is true. That's what Aaron's or whether that is, I don't know. He said that it might be. How can I say this?
Dust Bomb doing his Google search translation.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's just the word he wants to get. That's all.
Google translation.
Hey Google, was ist Banana?
Hey Google.
Elongated edible fruit.
Ja,
Also,
Google, bitteschön.
Ich will eine Budweiser.
I can't find the word. That sucks to be a different language. Okay.
Yeah, it sucks to
You do
speak
great.
3
You do great.
languages. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sucks.
Yeah. So anyway, the argument is not nuanced. Yes, of course you're right, but they are in a debate at this point, and this is just a simplification of the matter. So if you have ample liquidity, it also always depends on how much are you using of that, right? So if you have millions, then you need billions of liquidity. If you only have thousands, then you're plenty fine with millions of liquidity, because your 10,000 won't move the needle on the blockchain that much. And the argument of if everybody sells everything is this hyperbola that even in Bitcoin, even in the best cryptos, if everybody starts to sell as it happens every few years or so, the price tanks the same, even though everybody says like, oh, look at that big liquidity in Bitcoin, it's so amazing, it's so good, but it still drops 80% every 4 years. And in the beginning it dropped up to 95%. So how is it better if you have more liquidity? If the amount of people that are in can still even tank that giant liquidity down, it doesn't make a difference. That's why he's hyperboling that argument in that way.
I just feel like the whole market, everybody feels like the sky is falling. And this is a cycle of 3 to 4 year cycle. It's happened before, you know, a few times. It's kind of people who've been in it a while. It still sucks. But all the new people within the last 2 or 3 years, like, oh my God, the sky is falling. This is horrible. Everything's going to go to hell in a handbasket, or has been, or is going, or is now. But just why sit back, chill, huddle, and drink a beer.
Does it answer your question though? I don't even remember who asked the question in the beginning, actually.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. All right. But, I mean, I get that even in Bitcoin, where you've got high liquidity, if everybody in Bitcoin starts selling it, the price will begin driving down to zero. But I guess it's, how much selling can you withstand from individuals before you start seeing price action, right? I mean, isn't that kind of the nuanced part of it?
I'll say it this way: if the top whale in Bitcoin sold, they'll push the price to zero. Same thing for Hex. You don't even need everyone to sell. You only need one person to sell. That's how they work. They own that much where they can dump the price, right? So it depends on how you look at it. Depends on which way you want to look at it. The price will move. The price will go down when people sell, when people need to eat, when people don't have the money to hold, or they're whales. They want to they want to take a little bit of profits. That's why the market goes up and down. Why aren't people buying Hex? They were all running at 50 cents, but not running at it now because maybe they don't have the funds to buy. And the people that have made so much profits are taking out money so they can eat. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, as in, it's just depending on how you look at it. Like, you don't need everybody to sell to push the price down. You only need one whale, and that's it. So you generally in all the cryptos, the top 2 wallets or the top wallet could sell the market to zero of that particular token. You really don't need everyone in real estate to push the price down to zero. You need every third house to be for sale, and no one's going to buy any because they're all for sale. Like every second or even every fifth house in every street was for sale, you'll see a big impact. You'll still see even a big impact if every 10th house was for sale. It happens with everything, depending on how much you're selling or who wants to sell.
I'm not sure if I like the narrative that one whale can crash a whole price. It's kind of shady narrative.
You don't like
it's
it, you
true
don't
though.
like it, but it's
Look
true
at
though.
look at the available liquidity of how much you have on one exchange, and the recent Luna action with BTC price being dumped down. You could see that just a small in air quotation small loan was able to dump down the price enough to kill another token and trigger liquidations. So, and that was just a few hundred BTC. There are people with like thousands of BTC in their wallets and thousands of Ethereum in their wallets. I mean, look, we have one Ethereum whale that is invested in HEX. He got 10,000s of Ethereum. I mean, how much is that? 350K of Vitalik. How much is that in US dollars?
A lot.
So current Ethereum price is also going down, 1798. Let's say 1,800. So he has 630 million worth of Ethereum. One person alone.
Is he the biggest holder? I don't think he is. But that narrative also goes for stock markets. There are some people who own so much of it they can dump it to zero.
So I'm looking at total liquidity on the USDC ETH pair right now on Uniswap. It has 154 million in it. There is obviously some more liquidity pockets in centralized exchanges where you have counterparty risk, and then you have to deal with lawyers, laws. You might get fucked over by the exchange and so on. He cannot dump 630 millions worth of Ethereum and not destroy the price. So it's impossible. It's also, Richard likes to call it the parade of imaginable horribles with the all selling. I see it more as a distribution of tokens, because over time you get more and more people that want to hold a token for its fundamentals, and some people get out, get divested, or they had their gains, they reach their plans, they reach their plateau, maybe they reach their dream or whatever with their gains, and then they're out. They're giving their money from their own hands into stronger hands that have their own other plans over time. And the more time passes by, the more the supply is split up between people. This is what you can see for the longest in Bitcoin. In the beginning, people had like wallets with 10,000 Bitcoin, 20,000, 100,000 Bitcoins. If you look back, the original pizza transaction for Bitcoin, that was like 23,000 Bitcoin or something that they bought 2 pizzas worth, I don't know, $20 or something for. But now those 25,000 or 23,000 Bitcoin are worth millions, right? But the distribution over the years has reached so many different people that each individual has less coins. And the same is happening with the cycles in HEX, where you got the rise, then it's for everybody who bought lower, it's somehow reached a super high value where they say, okay, that's enough. I sell, I take the profit of whatever, or I need the money for this and this now. And then they give their money to other people at this point.
I don't know. When I lived in Silicon Valley, I know Pizza Hut was accepting 2 or 3 Bitcoin for 2 large pizzas. I don't remember thousands of Bitcoin for food, but I remember back when Bitcoin was like $9, 13 years ago.
No, that was a private sell. That was the very, very first private transaction. He just tweeted out like, "Hey, I'm willing to." It's a famous date, and it was just like a month or two ago. I think they're having a birthday for it every day. It's like the birthday pizza day, whatever. If you just look up Bitcoin Pizza Day, you'll find the information and the tweet and or Reddit post or whatever it was. And you can see how much he paid. You can see him sitting there with the 2 pizzas that he bought for Bitcoin. It's like its own whole thing. It wasn't like from a pizza joint or whatever. It was the
Okay.
very
Sorry about that.
first private interaction for Bitcoin where somebody exchanged Bitcoin for something else.
It was 10,000 Bitcoin for some Papa John's pizza.
Mr. Not Financial Advice, got any question or want to share something?
No, I'm alright, man. I just wanted to pop in. Thanks anyway. Anyone reckons what's it called? Hex is gonna go any lower?
I kind of love and hate that question because we can never give the answer.
I wish I knew, man.
If people knew that if we won't go any lower, then it will only go up. People will be buying it right now.
Yeah, it's just because I bought heaps at 20 cents. I'm screwed now.
You're not screwed, brother. I bought it at 45. Come on now.
Yeah, that's why I want to buy some more now. That would cost everything.
I got a buddy who bought at 49, and he don't really talk to me no more.
I can't hear you, Crypto Drone, if you're saying something. About being screwed. Probably hurts right now, but did the product that you bought for other reason change fundamentally? That's what you should ask yourself. Everybody who bought on day one, they got screwed royally for a short time. Or from day 1 to day 30, there was a 95% dip. Everybody who bought on day 1 sat through that, and everybody who held until now from that day on got rewarded. So, because everybody who went in on that day 1, they had their conviction of what they're buying. They set out their plan, and they held through all the drama, all the different 80%, 95% drops and so on until now. If there is somebody like that, they are the lucky ones. So the question is, did anything change for you fundamentally with the product that changed your conviction just because of the price drawdown? And how do you see all the different previous 80% drops in the past compared to now? What has changed for you? You need to answer the question for yourself.
Right, and all those ones who held out, it only took 2 years for Hex to go do really great. 2 years is not very long.
Well, if you ask what's different, isn't this one a little bit more extended than what the previous ones were? No, just curious.
I think it's pretty much the same as the last big one. Let me double check the times. The 1 cent area was drawn out for a long time until there was a new ATH.
Dustbomb, I'm pretty sure you've been through a lot of 60, 70% dips. And I'm pretty sure the same conversations happen over and over again.
I can remember the guys that bought it 25 and 30, and then it dipped back down to 12. We heard the same story. Oh no, the sky is falling. What am I going to do now?
Yeah, the
So
good thing
the
is,
longest draw that I see on the chart is for 300 days, where the price was initially at 0.006 cent at the top. Then there was a drawdown of 86%. No, wait, sorry, 66%. There was the 1.5 second top in between that, and just so you know, I'm counting the when did the price never return to that spot ever again, to that 1 cent area. So there was some volatility up down up to 1.5 cent, then down to 0.003 again, which is basically 50% down from 0.006, and then got above the 1 cent again, down on a cent, and then the last rally from day 300, 303 or so, it never went down below the 1 cent range anymore. That was 300 days. And the current lull that we are in, is at 250 days. So it's not even the longest drawdown that we had. But we also don't know how long it will still last, so there is that. So it might go over those 300 days. If you look at Bitcoin though, in the beginning, the exponential rises, they were faster too, and because the network became heavier over time, it started to be slower and slower. The exponential rises because of the higher liquidity, because of more people involved in the market, became lengthened over time. If you look at the BTC chart, you can see it clearly too. And I think
Can you
that's what's
imagine?
happening with Hex.
Can you imagine Hex being at 4 cents for a year and then spiking up to $32 6 months after that first year? That's pretty cool. I mean, even though it would be a long wait.
You have a nice day.
For $12, not really 32.
Does Richard Hart have any brothers or sisters?